Hey everybody, this is Semper Devil Dog underscore 88. This is Devil Dog underscore 88. We've got an interesting conversation today. Let me turn on some light here. All right, I am set. Got some interesting conversation today. Make sure everybody is in here. There we go. Morning, Gene. I'm gonna go ahead and add you as the one of the moderators. You are now the moderator in here, Gene, along with um, Lisa, Paige, and Tanya. So I didn't even go out today because this was pretty important, and I wanted to go ahead and make sure that we had this conversation. So I got some information yesterday. I was actually watching Sleuth Intuition yesterday, and there were some things very interesting. He had a caller that called in just out of the blue, and it was very, very informative. You got to take everything with a grain of salt, okay? Got to take everything with a grain of salt because a lot of this stuff we just don't know, okay? But it was very interesting to say the least. Sleuth Intuition came on yesterday evening sometime, and I was watching him, and all of a sudden a caller came in, and it kind of caught Sleuth Intuition, off guard as well. And he just rolled with it. And what I'm about to tell you is what I was able to decipher, read, make sense of, look up. Now, I've got several notices from a lot of people that literally are on our stream. They were telling me things and explaining to me, like, hey, you got to watch this, DD. You got to go ahead and watch this. So, without further ado, this was something that Sleuth Intuition had a conversation with. I'm just, I'm not just going to regurgitate it, but I broke it down in my way of understanding. Morning, everyone. If you are not a subscriber, subscribe. So, there is another take here. And it's not a really far fetched take as far as who is responsible for the kidnapping, abduction, whatever you want to call it, of Nancy Guthrie. Okay? It's not something unknown. It is actually something that has been talked about, just not as much. And even by myself, I haven't really been, on top of this, but I have mentioned it, but I just haven't really. It's probably was on my fourth of my list, okay, but not for the reasons that we heard yesterday. Hello, Tanya. Good to have you. So make sure you let your subscribers and your friends know about this because this is very, very interesting. So there was a caller yesterday that called in on Sleuth Intuition, and he literally, it was a male, and he went by the name of Richard Nolette. Richard Nolette Jr. That Jr. is important, very important. So Richard Nolette Jr. came on Sleuth Intuition, And he was saying that the picture at the front, literally, yeah, that blew my mind, no doubt about it. Totally agree. But Sloot, he was telling him that the picture of the guy in the front of Nancy Guthrie's cam, that photo that you see with the guy with the backpack, he was claiming that that was his brother. Yeah, you heard me right. He was claiming that is his brother. Now, his brother goes by the name of Mike Nolette, or his original name is Michael Nolette, but he goes by Mike Nolette. He even gave the location when Sleuth was asking him, "Well, how do we locate this guy, or how do we find this guy?" He lives in Napa Valley, California, and he gave the address, which I'm not going to put out here, but he gave the address. And if you look up this individual's address, which I did, you find exactly who owns that house, and it does come back to a Michael Nolette, literally. Tanya said, I had my phone on two computers going at the same time. Yeah, I mean, it just caught me totally by surprise because I didn't anticipate this. And as I was watching it and it came on, I was like, what the hell's going on here? What are you talking about? And then I was like, holy moly, like, wow. If anyone gets a chance, go watch Sleuth Intuition, just not at night. No doubt. It's pretty dark. So in the process, Sleuth is asking him these questions, and he's basically asking him, like, okay, tell me what's going on. So this individual claims that his dad, or technically his stepdad, was the Zodiac murder killer back in the 70s, 60s, 70s. And he was stating that his dad had unalived, that he had done 15 months of research, and that his dad, his real dad, was unalived by this Zodiac killer. And that he was then taken by the Zodiac and basically raised as his stepson. Wow. Interesting. So when this happened, okay, when this happened, and I'm using my police knowledge here as well, so just bear with me. Very much gave me the creeps. I'm right there with you. And understand, I have dealt with people in law enforcement that have literally been involved with a satanic cults. Um, it is very, very interesting. And as just on a side note, as in law enforcement, you can't let anything shake you. I have met people in the middle of the earliest morning, darkest night in Oklahoma that were literally involved in satanic rituals and cults. And you talk about, you know, back up. You have to have them back up away from your car, get out of your car, because you want to make sure that you can defend yourself. And in this case, it was one of these making contact with the people that would come up to my window of my car and my police car. And so the understanding that the shifting of the eyes, the dark, dark eyes, the all black dress, and then literally telling me when asking him some information, and it was just a stop because it was early morning, walking by himself. He was out and about, no one's out. happened to make contact with this individual, ask him, "Hey, what's going on?" Like I always do with people that are out late at night. He was walking, and I said, "What's going on?" And then he started talking, and nevertheless, everything comes out. Now, this is an individual that I have dealt with before back in Oklahoma in my days in law enforcement. But now I want to get back to the main point here. So I had some knowledge in this a little bit. Not like this, by no means, but knowledge and understanding some of these um, cult, satanic cult type of movements. So what had happened was um, he went ahead and claimed Richard Jr., the guy talking to Sleuth, said that his father was unalived by the Zodiac killer, who then took him in. And he talked a lot about like the Burger Chef cipher, talked a lot about the Zodiac, how they figure out codes and all this. And I'm not going to really get into that because that is really nerdy. Nerdy in the sense that I don't understand. But it's basically graphic and numbers and everything that's dealing with a lot of things. Yeah, no doubt. I bet you were, Gene. And so I'm not going to get into that when it comes down to the Burger Chef was a way murder of four people and was a way that they calculated numbers and lines. And like I said, you'll need to watch the whole video on Sleuth Intuition to really. I don't even know if you'll understand it once you watch it, but at least you'll get an idea of what he's talking about, and then Google it and do your research. But the important thing was that he was talking about how he believed by the way the perp in front of Nancy's house walked. He even talked about his hand being injured, and he had what was that? Some type of injury to his hand on a motorcycle that he had. He had an accident, and he hurt his hand, and theropathy or something with theropathy, some type of like ailment in your hand. Right. Okay. Interesting, Tanya. And neuro neuro neuropathy. Okay. So he had this ailment in his hand, and you could tell, and he actually described it like a claw. And when they showed when Sleuth showed the picture of the individual, he said, "Look, see that? See how his hand's like a claw? It's because he's got neuropathy in his hand, and he also had an injury to his neck. That's why he was always hunched down. When you look at the video, he's kind of walking like there's no neck type of deal, because he had an injury there too. This is the gentleman. This is the man with the backpack, who he claims is his brother." Michael, Mike for short, Nolette. Now, the amazing thing is that he started talking about how, as a kid, he would always go fishing with his stepdad, and his stepdad would always go to these lakes. And he didn't really get it at first, but it made sense to him later that that's where his stepdad would do a lot of his schmurders, you know, and they would do it for fun. And not only his stepdad, but the whole family, the mom, the brother, the uncle. It was almost like a family satanic ritual thing that they always did. Always. His dad was, I believe it was Hainsworth. I want to say it was, I think it was Richard Hainsworth. Hansworth was his real dad's name, and his life was taken in Salt Lake. That's where it happened when he lost his father, his real father. I don't want to confuse anybody, but that was his real father. I believe it was Richard Hansworth. Yeah, Hollingsworth. And that was at say he mentioned about the number in the Burger Chef. 36 was Nancy's year she was born. Yes. He mentioned some key numbers that they always use in the cult, and numbers that were what they he calls satanic numbers. And they used the birthday of Nancy. They used the birthday something to do with Savannah. They used just different numbers. But the kicker is that he said that's my brother. Okay, Gene says I have neuropathy. Okay, got you. So then you know what that's like. And if you go back and look at that picture of that perp in front of Nancy's house, I'm sure you're going to see a lot of similarities as to what he's probably going through, and then his neck injury that he has. So he's claiming that is his brother. Yes, yes, and Rose Lake. Yes, the Rose Canyon Lake. Now let's get to where what he's the meat of the whole just in this, and then we can break everything else down. Yes. So he claimed that Nancy was taken, and this is disturbing. So, if, hopefully you don't have anybody kids watching. I'll give you a second to go ahead and ask them to leave because there shouldn't be any kids watching. It's not made for kids. But they dismantled the body and they put the body in three nets, like fishing nets, netting. Yes, I'll get there. I'll get there. And he went ahead and they put body parts in three different nets and weighed them down and put them in the lake at Rose Canyon Lake, which is only like 36 miles away, which is also where a couple other streamers had looked. And I think that's when they found a couple things, but it wasn't anything significant. But at the deepest part of the lake by the dam, okay, they put these body parts, and it was basically a sacrifice. Now, get this, they did this on February the 1st. Okay, they put the body parts in three different nettings with weighted down in the water at the very bottom of the lake. Now, that's what he's claiming specifically. Now, in that lake, you're not allowed to go fishing. You're not allowed to go swimming in that lake. You're not allowed to take boats in that lake. You're not allowed to go anywhere in that lake. It is off limits, period. By law, it is off limits. So, what better place than to put something at a very well known spot that no one really is going to be able to find it? And that was the whole ideology by the man Richard Nolette Jr. said that was the whole purpose, was they never wanted the body to be discovered. Yes. And the idea that they didn't want this body to ever be discovered because of the fact that they wanted to do this, they did this to destroy the Guthrie family because they were so involved in their Christian faith. Makes a lot of sense. And their main goal was for Savannah to destroy herself, blame herself, get into alcohol, get into drugs and alcohol, and just destroy that family because they were a godly family. Yes, that was the whole purpose. The whole purpose, everybody, is what Richard Nolette Jr. has claimed. It was the purpose to destroy a good Christian family and just watch them crumble. They got off on that type of thing. Okay. That's how they do things, and that's how they've always done this. This is not the first person they unalive. They have done this to many people. Many people. Now, he also talked about the body parts that they put in the net and put out at the lake at Rose Canyon Lake. He also talked about that they're at the bottom, under the dam, in the water. Yes, probably. Gene says dad was probably there. Tanya said it. He said dad was a hitman for the CIA. Yes. Apparently, he grew up as a kid that really, literally was very like, basically, he was not right mentally. He had to have a psychiatrist for about 14 years to help him deal with everything he saw, everything he knew, everything that he, you know, witnessed. And yes, okay. Well, I had thought that you couldn't even fish in there. You couldn't do anything in there, but maybe, yeah, maybe it is you can fish, but you can't go in the water, basically. So then the next big thing was that they had put her in here. Now here's something to think about. The day they did this to honor some it was a full moon at night. Oh no, at 5 o'clock p.m. there was a full moon, and that was some satanic ritual thing, and that only comes out February the 1st. Well, guess what? Nancy, when her disconnection to her pacemaker went out February the 1st, she literally was probably deceased February the 1st. Now, this is early in the morning or somewhere in the morning, right? And now, when you look up the full moon as what they dedicate this full moon type of deal, satanic and the satanic rituals, it was February the 1st at 5 p.m. And that is why they did it there. And that is why they did this to her. It was almost like a sacrifice, if you will. Pretty nuts, right? Now, he's talking like he's nervous. This man who's talking, literally, he's talking like he's very nervous. He's shaky. He's very, plus, I guess these ciphers tell them where to go, who to unalive. Yes. Yes, because they use these number scheme methods or something to that event. But the idea that it happened February the 1st, the idea that February the 1st was the full moon at 5 p.m., there was a full moon. Think about that for a minute. And that is the satanic date to sacrifice, if you will. You can't make this shit up. This guy, I mean, when I listened to the interview, I mean, definitely a person of interest, definitely something you want to check out. Okay, so I guess you can fish, but you can't go in the water. Okay, and you can't swim in there, and you can't take anything there. Snow moon. Thank you so much, Gene. They call it a snow moon, and that snow moon that had come about was on February the 1st. It's supposed to amplify their personal power. Yes. It's supposed to amplify their personal power. So this snow moon, as they call it, there was one February the 1st. Same day that her pacemaker stopped working, which kind of would make sense. And if they did this to her, well, then that would make sense why he would say they put her in three nets in bags three nets with weighted down and put her in the bottom of the water so that no one would ever find her. And he said sometimes they do this stuff just because means there was four more people that will be alive. Yeah, he did claim there would be four more people that they were unalive. But the idea that he said his brother, who goes by the name Michael, but his he goes by the name Mike Nolette, is the one who was in that picture doing this. Now, look, remember I always tell you guys, any information is crucial. Check out every lead. They should already have divers over there right now, literally going through that lake at the bottom of that lake looking for that. And the reason they should do this is just to either A, confirm or eliminate that situation, right? Either confirm that she is there or confirm that we checked and she's not there. Either which way, it needs to be checked. That is the responsibility of the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Office. They need to get on this because this is a valid claim. Even if it doesn't pan out, guess what? At least you eliminated this person from this equation, right? Just common sense. So, on top of that, he talked about how they would do a lot of smurderings, and they would do it for fun. He talked about how they always rode in motorcycles that were literally they're cruising type of motorcycles. Forgot what name he called it, but basically they're not your sports Harleys. They're not your fat boy Harleys. These are more like your cruising type, right? Baggers. And matter of fact, he also said that the nickname they gave his brother Mike the Bagger, Bagger Mike, that was his nickname because he did all of, well, he did a lot of the smurdering. He loved it. He did it all, unalive people. And that's what the nickname they called him, Bagger Mike. And if you go onto Instagram, you will come across someone named Bagger Mike. Now, there is one photo in there that looks so much of the guy that has the little hair missing on his lip, that little split that he has that picture showed. If you go on Instagram and you type in Bagger Mike, which I did, you will see that there is it almost looks like a 70s picture. And there he has a lot of different, I don't know, dark pictures, and then he has a lot of motorcycles that are in his pictures, Harleys, and then on top of that, they have a picture of him. I believe it's him, but God, he looked just like the guy that had that split on his top of his lip, and you can find that on Instagram. Now, you say, is this legit? Gene says, I'm going to tell you, I have a relative. There's a Wiccan. Uh, there's a Wiccan. They claim not to be a bad witch. A bad witch. Tanya says there's an actually pictures online of Bagger bike from a Michael. Why does it do this? There you go. A Bagger Michael Nolette. I assume that's the nephew because he looks young. Yes, yes. And the picture that's on the Instagram is a little older, so that may actually be because this guy is apparently 55. The guy that comes up to owning the house in Napa Valley is, they say, he's 51. 55, 51, kind of kind of fits. And as Tanya was saying, the other picture that has a younger person, that very well could be a nephew, no doubt. Gene says oils and ice and things to stop the smell because that's what they wanted. I was grossed out, so now people can talk about A&T with this. Yeah, I mean, here's my thing. So when all this comes out, this was like literally spontaneously when this guy came on. I just happened to, like I said, I just happened to be watching it when it came on, and I was like, "What the hell?" Yeah, he gave the real reason they called him Bagger Mike. Yes, he did. He did, and that was a nickname they gave his brother. He said his brother enjoyed taking people, unaliving people. They loved it. They were in the dark. They were in the satanic call, the sacrifice, and it has something that they've always done. Now the brother states that he later found out that the man who raised him was not his dad. After 15 months or whatever of searching, he realized that wasn't his real dad. And he came to find out that the Zodiac had actually unalived his dad and took him in as his own, basically adopted him. But he didn't know that because for all that time, he thought it was his dad. So he would always call him dad. And now he realizes that, oh my God, like, that's not my dad. My dad is Hollingsworth. You follow me? I mean, wow, talk about a mind blown. Talk about a mind fuck, literally, excuse my language. Talk about how, as a kid, you're so destroyed by this. I hope Richard talks to Sleuth later today and give him more info. Yes, Tanya, he's going to talk to Sleuth today at 6 p.m. They're supposed to talk today, and it's going to be on Sleuth's channel at 6 p.m. Arizona time. Arizona time. So if you're in the Midwest, you're 2 hours difference. It'll be 8 o'clock for us, 6 o'clock for them. Just letting you know so that you don't miss it. You don't miss it because it's going to be I'm sure it's going to be very enlightening. And Sleuth tried to ask a lot of questions as to where is Nancy? And he told him where they buried the body, where they, submerged the bodies. Lisa Page, how you doing, Page? Good to have you. So he did tell him where the body was at, how it was cut, where it was put. I mean, he gave specific things only people would know. That's why it's crucial for them to go ahead and check. That's why they should already be there by now. The Pima County Sheriff's Office, the scuba diving recovery, the FBI, they should already be sweeping that whole lake, either to confirm or to eliminate. Gene says yes. Today around 6 p.m. This guy is supposed to. Yes, he is supposed to talk to him. So that's where this is at. And look, remember I told you who my fourth. Remember, you guys, who I told you who I thought my fourth one could be? I told you the fourth. I told you my first top three, and I still think that somehow my first LD is somehow affiliated with this. Okay, I'm not so sure that the third TC is somehow not affiliated with this. And the reason I say that is because of where they go to play in their bands, the kind of music they play, the things they talk about, that kind of dark stuff. Um, and I would even be opposed to saying the second guy on my list, that guy could very well be somewhere in this puzzle. Please hit the like and subscribe, everybody. I'm telling you, you are hearing it for the second time, literally, and you're going to hear it later from others. The fourth one that I've always told you guys, and you guys are going to go, oh, yeah, was LD, KD, Kayla Day, Kiki, the gothic dress girl that was taking the photo shoot, and the guy taking the photos. Because there was talk that Kayla Day knew Kiki, right? And I told you guys, I said, Kayla Day knows Kiki. They were friends or are friends. Then there's a good chance, more than likely, that LD has met the photographer. Couples. Okay. And then where did we see? I think it was either, it might have been either Monk Intrigue or it could have been Sleuth that showed you a picture of Kiki being at that satanic festival thing they did in Tucson, I believe on the 7th. Remember that? And there was a DJ, yes, named Mojito. That is supposed to be a satanic and association associated with TC. Yes, Mrs. White. I believe the caller sounded younger than 55, maybe perp, or or related to the person in some way. Well, he said that's his brother who did this. His brother who went by the name of Michael Nolette. Okay. And that he calls himself Mike, but his real name is Michael. Good morning. Good morning, Carol. Good to have you. Gene says, and he claims he spoke to law enforcement about this. They're not taking him seriously. You know, this is a thing that really pisses me off. A person comes to you, gives you this information, right? Gives you all this information. Now, whether it's legit or not, we don't know. But you know how we find out? They go and they search it, and they either prove that it's legit or prove that it's not legit. How hard is that? I mean, think about it, everybody. How hard is that? Every clue is important. Every clue is necessary to be looked at. He said Nanos was too lazy to take a report. Unbelievable, says Tanya. Thank you. Unbelievable. So the idea that literally, they're not or they haven't already been there this morning to go ahead and rake that lake at the bottom to send some divers in there already is pathetic. They need to get off their ass and do their job. Once again, either to confirm or to eliminate. It's that simple, everybody. It is that simple. Granny's in the house. Good to have you, Granny. I mean, that's what they're supposed to do. And then they wonder why is it that the people lose faith in their law enforcement or their sheriff or the people that are supposed to be there to protect them? Well, that's why. Because when things like this happen, it is crucial to go ahead and check it out. It is crucial. You need to check every lead. How many times did we hear, and I'm going to bring this up, so remember why I'm bringing this up. How many times did we hear some medium come out and say, she's in some water by, and some even said by Rose Lake, in the water. She's by the water. You guys remember that? I mean, you can't make this up. I'm not saying that I believe everything with mediums. Okay? Make no mistake. I didn't grow up with that kind of stuff. But you have to take everything as on face value. When you're in law enforcement and you're an investigator, you have to take everything at face value. You have to put your personal ideologies and feelings aside and take everything with a grain of salt. I actually am a great granny as well. All right, granny, that's awesome. Thank you. Gene says, right, they owe it to the family. No doubt. They don't care like we do. It's what it shows. It's what it shows. Cool, Granny. That's awesome, says Lisa. It shows that these people are not serious. Tanya says, I live close to the Mississippi River, and that's their favorite dumping spot. You cannot make this stuff up, everybody. People need to wake up. They really need to wake up. They owe it to the family to either confirm or to go ahead and say there's nothing there. Hit like and subscribe, everybody. It doesn't cost you anything. Eventually, it will cost you, but today, it's not costing you anything. It just makes you a part of this group, part of this family, part of this network. Devil Dog underscore 88. You all are devil pups. And you guys are on it. You know why you're devil pups? Because you're tenacious. You guys follow the leads. You guys follow the information. Okay? Devil Dog is tenacious. The name Devil Dog, given literally by Germans during the war to the United States Marines, was because they were tenacious like devil dogs. That's what you guys are. And I mean that. You guys look at everything. You guys look at everything. All of you. Because you're invested in what's going on in our world today. That's why I chose Devil Pups. The tenacity. That's why I chose Devil Dog. The tenacity. What I do and what I've done in my life in law enforcement, this is a no-brainer. Christine R. Christine R says, many mediums do have knowledge, but it comes from the dark side, which God in his world, the Bible forbids us to venture into. I don't venture into that, Christine, and you're right. You're right. I don't venture into that at all. I'm just saying, ironically, it's funny how many mediums were talking about Nancy associating her with water, by the water, could be buried in the water, right? It's just ironic. That's all I'm saying. I'm not a person who follows this type of thing, but I'm saying it's ironic that we've heard that before, right? You know, we've heard that narrative. We will get shirts made up, everybody. We will get shirts up. The devil pups, tenacious. We'll get something done. We just got to get the channel to grow so we have more people involved, but we'll definitely will get that done. That I guarantee you, it's going to happen. Okay, it's going to happen. This is not a one-off. Not for me. I'm not here just to do this for this case and that's it. This is something that I really know a lot about. I understand how it works, and that's where I'm headed. And you all hopefully will come with me. So the idea that you have a lot of these people have mentioned these type of things. You have this man who's come forward and said, "That's my brother." And when Sleuth asked him why, like, how do you know that's your brother? Carol, if you don't stand for the innocent or your country, what do you stand for? Amen, Carol. Well said. Well stated. Well stated. Lisa says, I probably saw Groundsky and Ellington on another live stream last night. I hope they liked it. It was an unbiased news channel. Amen. That's awesome. That is awesome. But see, that's the whole point. Freedom is not free, everybody. Remember that. Sometimes you've got to stand up for what's right and do what's right. You got to fight to keep that freedom. How did he say he knew it was his brother? Because he said that his stepdad, okay, at the time he thought it was his dad, they would always have the two brothers kind of like get into it fight wise, right? Wrestle, fight, the whole 9 yards. And he said he knows that movement. He knows that movement that Pert did at the front. He could tell by the way he was walking, how he was hunched over. He could see that claw hand of his that was injured from that accident he was in. He said his eyes, he even said his eyes were just that was him. Yes, Granny, crazy interview. He knew that was him because he said he could tell just by his walk, just by his eyes, just by the way. And he said he liked keeping his eyebrows very nice and waxed and nice done. He even said that. He said he liked that. He always kept his eyebrows nicely done. So yeah, crazy, right? Just crazy. Yes, absolutely. He said he knew because his dad would always have them boxing each other, fighting each other. And he just knew the movements of that perp, and it was his brother. Oh, you're good, Gene. We figured you were busy, no doubt. Barb, why wasn't the FBI taking him seriously to check? And that's what we don't know, Barb. We don't know why they weren't taking this serious. We don't know why. We don't know why they're not even going to do what they need to do, and that's check out the Rose Canyon Lake. How hard is it to just go there, take your divers, have your divers go in there? How hard is that? If it's going to be able for you to eliminate either a theory one way or the other, it's just common sense. Christine says, call unto me and I will answer you and show you great and mighty things you know not. Jeremiah 33:3. This is where we are to go for hidden information and knowledge to God and the demons. Amen. Appreciate that, Christine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. But that's where we're at. So why are they not going there and checking it out? See, everything can't be a coincidence. There we go again. A coincidence. Everything's a coincidence. Carol says, at this point, it doesn't matter if he is telling the truth. Just do your job. Amen. The guy told Patrick, the guy told Patrick that the family has connections to, he did. He did, and I was getting to that. The Michael Nolet, or not Michael Nolet, um, Richard Nolet Jr. said that the guy told Patrick, which is Sleuth, that the family has connections to law enforcement. They are not interested, perhaps giving them a pass. Unbelievable. And I heard that. I was like, my mouth about dropped. I personally cannot fully grasp the meaning of scripture. It's tables and poems. That's some people understand a little more than others, and yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Paige. It's not my fault. I understand plain English. Totally get it. I understand. But right now, seriously, everybody, think about it. We are now looking at something. I told you, LD, KD. I told you it's very possible Kiki and the photographer. Kiki and the photographer were seen at that fetish satanic party ritual with mojito and whatnot, right? We saw it. They showed pictures of it. We know that KD and LD, they know these people. That's in their wheelhouse. So is it that far fetched to think that they may know something? Is it that far fetched? You watched the video from Doug, right? You watched the video from Doug. Doug on live Northport. What did he show you? He showed you a guy with two backpacks, and one looked like it had red on the side of the backpack, like it was what? Blood. Remember that? Christine says he also described the door perp had injuries to his spine and his claw. Yes, yes, his claw hand, and also what he may have had in his backpack. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the whole thing, everybody. He's given you pretty much every reason to say, hey, FBI, hey, Pima County Sheriff's Office, you need to check this out. If there's nothing, what did you lose? Time? A few dollars? But what if it is something there? I mean, let's think about this, everybody. Wasn't there a red star on the porch? Hang on. Says Tanya. Tanya says, wasn't there a red star on the porch guy's jacket? I don't know. Honestly, if somebody knows, let us know because I don't remember that. I guess I'm just so focused on everything that has happened yesterday because that fits a narrative. That really does fit a narrative. Think about it. Think about it. A snow moon. You ask yourself, well, when did the snow moon happen? February the 1st. When was she taken? From the 31st up until February the 1st, sometime there. When did her pacemaker go offline? Somewhere February the 1st. Why would her pacemaker go online? Yeah. So, does it fit? Hell yeah, it fits. Without a shadow of a doubt. Let's be realistic. I'm going to go back and watch Brian's videos. Tanya says, I'm going to go back and watch Brian's videos. Do you understand what I'm saying? It fits the narrative. It fits every which way you look at it. And my God, we can't keep saying it's literally it's just a coincidence. What was the shape of the pattern of the blood droplets in the front? They were just little droplets. Almost like they said, almost like if she was being carried, just straight down droplets. Now there was a little shoe print on one of them that I did see. There was a shoe print that they showed on it, but there were little droplets, like almost like a bloody nose dripping. Gene, I don't know if you watch Daphne's. I did, but that goes a long way with what she was saying, where Savannah's dad, yes, was unalive, and the date matches as well. Yes, absolutely. Capture Dandy's in the house. Says family. You're totally right, because now you look at that. You look at the fact of the idea that the dad, Savannah's dad, Nancy's husband, also passed away on that day in the mining when he was mining in Mexico. He passed away on that day. That's not a coincidence, folks. The man that was telling Sleuth all this information stated they were planning this for 6 years. 6 years is what he said. They were planning this for 6 years. Tanya said, gross warning. Richard said it could be blood leaking from the backpack. Absolutely. Carol said, shape of the star. Some say badge. Paige says, but what does that mean, Christine? Help me understand it, please. Thanks, Carol. See, the idea, everybody, is this is like 101 cop right here. 101 detective telling you that needs to be checked out. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Gene says that reminds me of the Manson stuff. That goes without saying, no doubt. Go back and read what I wrote, please, Dee Dee. Okay, hang on. Lisa, God says this, but without faith, it is impossible to please God. For he, for he who comes to God must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder, a rewarder for those that diligently seek him. Hebrews 11:6. Thank you so much, Christine. I appreciate that. Sorry, when you guys put stuff down, it'll show me for just a little bit and then it'll slowly fade away and I have to click it again. So apologize for missing that. Um, Tanya says we all need to be on the payroll for Pima County. No shit, right? Paige working for free, Tanya. Maybe someday we won't be. Tanya says, right. Capture Dandy says he didn't die that day. I'm just telling you what they were saying. It's not a coincidence. What do you think about this, Capture? Do you think this is all just crazy stuff, or do you think there's some merit to go ahead and look down the lake? What do you think about what we've been covering? Do you think it's a possibility? Do you think it merits the Pima County Sheriff's Office to go down there, or do you think it's not? Not Nancy. Okay. Not a coincidence, in my opinion. No doubt. No doubt. See, what you have to remember is you follow every lead. Okay, you follow it until you either disprove it or it disproves itself. That's how you work in law enforcement. So you either follow the lead until you either prove it or it disproves itself. All they got to do is go down there to the lake, take some divers, Pima County Sheriff's Office. I mean, hell, we're spending a lot of money on the war, right? FBI spends a little bit of money. Hey, it's well worth it. Let's get it, check it. Either it's there or it's not. Capture says, right, family needs reinvestigation. And that's without saying. That is without saying. No doubt, no doubt, Capture Dandy. You're right. Family does need investigation. Needs more reinvestigation. But what about checking that lead? You don't think it's necessary at this point? I just want to get your opinion. Christine, Lisa, for now, read the Gospel of John in the New Testament. If you don't have a Bible, it's all available online. Faith comes from hearing, and hearing by the word of God. Romans 10:17. Amen. I was wondering if it was online somewhere again. I appreciate your help. Do not wait. Do now. Amen, says Carol. Do you think it doesn't merit? Does anybody here think that this may not be something that should be looked into, or you think it's something that, you know, eh, just a folk tale? What do you all think? Nobody asked this man to come forward. Nobody asked this man to give this information. Nobody asked this man to present this information. It's almost like Pima County wouldn't want the streamer community to solve it unless it's them. They're not paying attention. I agree with that wholeheartedly, Gene. Paid says, where online, please, Christine. Melissa, you can also look at bluebible.com. Bluebible.com. You can look up pretty much just type any of those words, and you should start seeing a lot of these Christian books come up. The Word of God. Capture says, I think he just wants us to go to that website and look at those ciphers. No thanks. Well, I guess we won't check that lake out, everybody. I think we won't check that lake out at all. You welcome. You welcome. No problem, Paige. You welcome. I guess we won't check out the lake because it doesn't, you know, it, it, it must be a lie like everything else. Carol, if not Nancy, maybe someone else. Really? The Guthrie family donated money to search for folks. They got money to search. I agree. I agree. Here's the thing, folks. You're never going to find anything unless you look and you go wherever the leads are taking you. And if the leads are not there, then they're just not there, right? If the leads that you get do not show you anything, okay, then they just don't show you anything. But if they do, then all right, you now have some closure here. G says, yes, Capture. I'm not reading any of it. The whole idea, folks, is when you get a lead that's something different, you look into it. That's how it works. I have already hired private investigators. Told the others to kiss my ass. Good for you, Tanya. Good for you. No doubt. Look, I told you before, I wouldn't have cleared anybody. period, bar none. Just be careful going to those websites. Just saying. What websites are those? Did I miss something? What websites are those? Capture. Fill me in. I must have missed something. The idea that we are literally getting new information, either good information or bad information, we don't know what it'll be unless we check it out, unless it is checked out. I mean, what else are they doing? What else are they doing? Tell me. Has anybody got a clue? Where he says those ciphers are, there was another site that mentioned to, oh, got you. Yeah, I'm just saying the information that this man who goes by the name of Richard Nolette Jr., this man who presented this information to Sleuth this channel, Sleuth Intuition, the information he presented, I think, should be looked at. If not that, then what? Then what should we ever look at? Yes, Carol, there were comments that they may find a lot more in that lake due to no one is allowed in it. No doubt about it, Gene. The family. I know you keep saying the family, and I understand what you're saying, but so we should not follow any other lead. So if let's say the family ends up a dead end because it doesn't seem like anybody's being talked to the family. It doesn't seem like anybody's talking to the family right now. So if no one's talking to the family, then what? It just the whole thing just stays unalive? The whole case? Yeah, okay. Christine, he had so much specific information devastating to his family and himself, but yet, but he could also save his life and others and are targeted. No doubt about it, Christine. No doubt about it. Capture, they got away with it. Okay, well, if they don't check it, then yeah, the family got away with it. If they don't check it, I don't see how that makes any sense. Check out every lead and see where it takes you. That makes sense. Only God can come from searching. Only good can come from searching the lake. Either Nancy is found or the man who called can get the help he needs. Amen, Whiskey. Whiskey River, that is spot on. Spot on. I couldn't have said it better. Thank you. I don't think he gave enough information either. It's possible, Capture. He said he might not make it to his birthday in July. He did say that. Why? Because his life, I'm sure, is in danger by him exposing this. He is having a more detailed, lengthy conversation later today with Sleuth. 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Arizona time, Tucson time. And if you're on the East Coast, it'll be 8 o'clock our time. Just heads up. We don't have anything right now that we have a lot of like information, but nothing solid to merit to literally going and directing us to where is Nancy? Who took her? Why did they take her? Where's she at? Right? We don't have anything. Nothing at all. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. But all of a sudden, we get some information that may or may not pan out. Like Whiskey just said, if there's nothing there, at least the guy gets some help. if there's something there, my gosh, the family gets their peace and rest. And Nancy gets to come back with her family and be celebrated for a life well lived. There's a date in June for this year. He mentioned with the date of June 6th. I'm not going to spell out that date for June, but if you do, you'll see why. He told Slew, says Christine, that he was targeted in the same cipher. Four people were Nancy and two others and himself. Tony, Tanya, I agree. I agree with Gene. The family donated to search. They don't seem concerned. Family has already moved on. Well, irregardless of who has moved on and who has left, Nancy is an American who deserves justice. Nancy is an American who deserves justice. If no one else cares, then that justice should be brought for Nancy herself. Period. Nancy pays taxes in Pima County. Nancy pays taxes. Nancy should get every bit of help trying to locate where she's at whatever cost, to the best of their ability as an American citizen, literally. So the idea that no one else cares, the family doesn't care, oh well. I couldn't care if the family doesn't care. You know why? Because I'm sure Nancy cared. And that's all that matters. Oh, by the way, he said because of Savannah's beliefs, Savannah doesn't even sound like a real Christian. She's been accused of that for years. And who is anybody to judge anybody on their faith? Seriously. I mean, do you know how many people say that, you know, and I'm just going to throw this out there, you take it however you want. Do you know how many people say that our president is not a Christian either? And yet we have a lot of Christians that say he is and some that say he isn't. Who is anybody to judge? I mean, who are anybody to go ahead and give that type of an opinion? Thank you very much, Carol. Nancy is a person who lived with a soul. Amen. Nancy is a human being, for God's sake. An elderly 84-year-old woman who, by all rights, have lived a long life, but has literally had a lot of issues, literally physical issues. So the idea to think that, you know, she doesn't deserve it just for her is crazy, in my opinion. Just saying. No, not every Christian is a good person, Paige. Not every Christian is a good person. Just like, not every evil person, you know, is also not a Christian. Well, I'm going to keep this on Nancy. I think that really the information that is literally been given deserves the Pima County Sheriff's Office for literally deserves the Pima County Sheriff's Office and the FBI to investigate this. If not, then what are they doing? Christine, Christina R says, you will know them by their faults. Oh, I'm sorry, by their fruits. Matthew 7, 8, 7, 7:16. Let their actions speak. No doubt. No doubt. Capture says she made tons of speeches that people have questioned. This isn't this isn't her first rodeo. Just saying what she said before, those people would have liked it. Capture says Savannah is ecumenical. Paige says Savannah is creepy in my opinion. Gene, amen. I think any information dealing in law enforcement deserves to be looked at, especially when you don't have anything that is pointing at you in any other direction. Because that's how a cold case becomes a cold case. You don't get any information and everything just what? Stays unalive. Never resurfaces. Just stays unalive. But if you are able to search something so simple like this, to go literally to the lake and search, hey, who knows what you'll find, right? May solve many, many cases in one spot. Gene, if you would like to contact Didi, you can reach him at. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, Gene. Give me a holler. Let me know. You got the email. Make it happen. Yes, she's creepy. Her so-called church is a political group. You cannot believe in the one true God or Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob in the Bible and also be incommunicable. Whiskey doesn't matter anyone's religion. What happened to Nancy was wrong. Amen, Whiskey. Amen, Whiskey. Well said. That is all it is. Amen, Whiskey. Lisa, move away from the religion topic. Oh, I'm sorry. Lisa says, let's move away. Yes, that'd be a good idea. Capture right, Christine. Something isn't right with that. Tanya, and he said his dad was at the top of the temple. At the temple. No doubt about it. No doubt. I mean, guys, I don't understand how it's a no brainer that we can't expect our police and our FBI to investigate this. It's just that simple. Well, that what he said is the reason they targeted her because of her religion. He did say that. Yes. Paige, what is the temple? So the idea, a religious place, the idea that this individual came out on Sleuth's channel, in my opinion, is very interesting. If you're new to this channel, Devil Dog's topic is about Nancy Guthrie and a discussion about who could it be and your thoughts about the subject. Thank you, Gene. Tony. Tony says break off. So the idea, once again, that we don't have any other things, that's what makes this information so important. That's why I think literally that they need to do their job. Bottom line. If for any other reason, Nancy is a human being, paid her taxes, and deserves, just like everyone else, to have her perpetrators who did this to her be held accountable. It's just that simple. It is just that simple. The facts, we don't know if these are facts. We don't know if these are just comments. We don't know if these are just, things that someone has thrown out there. But it's ironic that when you look up a lot of these things, it all seems to mesh together. When you look at what is being said and you look at names and certain things that are presented, they all seem to fit like a puzzle. It opens your eyes because it's not something that a lot of people talk about. Christine says, I'm trying to educate here and add to the relevance of this topic, especially if this is the basis for the attack. I mean, I guess it's people it I mean, I guess it's people they know Savannah. Bring Nancy home, says Paige. Amen. Jean, I've said before I had wondered if the police were involved in any way. Well, it's ironic, Gene, because he did say that the family, his family who are involved in this satanic world, if you will, for a better lack of words, have people in law enforcement. That's interesting. My gosh, that is interesting. Could you imagine? Oh, this guy said there was sheriffs in the past who helped his dad cover up stuff. I mean, this is a no-brainer. This is a no-brainer. Whiskey says everyone in Arizona needs to sit in the sheriff's parking lot until searched. I agree, Whiskey. I agree. And I don't drink, but I would have a drink to that. Amen. Amen. Amen, Christine. Well said. Well said. Amen, Paige. Amen. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I don't know what other what other new information could come out that we would want to them to investigate. Tell me, does anybody got an answer? Bring Nancy home should now be. We want answers. You know what I'm saying? What is it that we would say would be worth going ahead and following a lead that may or may not come to fruition? What are we looking for, really, in all honesty? Just an opinion. I'm asking a question. What are we looking for? What are we wanting to see to merit Pima County Sheriff's Office and or FBI or any law enforcement agency to go ahead and search for Nancy? What are we wanting to see? What do we have to see for that to happen? Carol, I raise my coffee and salute. Amen. What do we have to see? What does anybody in this chat right now, what do you have to see that you would say that merits them to go ahead and look into this even more, or look into this lead or that lead? Paige says, no, I have my own understanding of God, which is always growing and evolving. Amen, Paige. Whiskey, they wouldn't remove the front doormat. Don't think we will see them searching it. But what would it take? The question is, what would it take for us to be in agreement, or to want to see for them to take action? Christine says, action, action, action. But what? We have information here. We have information here. We don't know if it's credible or if it's not. Receipts. Okay. Well, we have receipts here of an individual who's claiming he knows who did this. He's throwing his brother under the bus. Is that not a good enough lead? Carol says, look in any lead. Well, no doubt. No doubt. That's what I've been saying. I think given all the information, go check it out. It's no brainer. No brainer. Well said, Tanya. No brainer. Christine says, anything. We've got that. We've got anything right now with this lead that just came in. That's anything. So then, why isn't the Pima County Sheriff's Office or the FBI doing it? Go to the lake, get the divers and search. Get a move on. Amen. Deborah's in the house. Good to have you, Deb. I agree. Gene, other than the random notes, this has been the only guy that has come forward. Amen. Whiskey. Nanos won't let anyone tell him how to run his department. Very true. Very true. But for us in the chat, for us, what is it going to take for us to expect them to go on a lead? What is it going to take? I've heard receipts of what? Receipts of what? Money? Of what? Receipts of what? Tanya says they have nothing to lose except the fact that YouTubers were possibly involved in solving the case. Amen, Tanya. Catcher says nothing will ever convince me that the case wasn't botched on purpose by both the family and law enforcement. And you know what? You may be right. You may be right, Capture. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. I think you're right. But even when a case is botched, even when the family's involved, even when the family's involved or the case is botched by law enforcement, what do we need to see in order to go ahead and have them check out on a lead? And Patrick Sleuth has said this has been the only third one who has contacted him. Gronsky, we have no idea what is up with the investigation. So wouldn't any lead be very important? Just asking the question. Wouldn't any lead be important? Wouldn't any lead be important in this, where we're at today? Need visible leads. The guy just told you 3 bags cut up into bodies, put in a net, described everything to you how he sees it. In a net, 3 parts of the body, weighted down, put in a lake. Tells you exactly the lake, Rose Canyon Lake. The body of Nancy Guthrie has been put in 3 bags, weighted down, put inside the lake. I mean, I don't know how more direct can you get. Hey says, damn it, I have God, but I'm a curious person and always learning. Please stop it. What happened here? We have no idea what is up with the investigation. God doesn't involve. He is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Carol Reed, everyone call Tucson. Amen. No doubt about it. Paid. Hey, Groundsky need viable leads. Ladies and gentlemen, I have God, but please stop it. Groundsky, morning to the chat. I just got up. Gene, I Groundsky, capture. The tipster who's been writing is another one. Focus on Nancy, please. Christine, okay, bye. Just now you're fine. There's no one getting blocked here. Let's talk about Nancy. Let's talk about Nancy. That's what this whole purpose is. Trying to figure out who did this, when did they do this, why did they do this, and where could she be? Whiskey says, even if they know the lead is not true, at least come out and tell the public they have other leads. Well said, Whiskey. And you know what? Even if the leads come out not to be true because you searched the area, then tell the people, hey, we followed this new lead and there was nothing there. How hard is that? Gronsky, we are spiritual beings placed in a human form. Capture, right. They have tons of leads. They have so many leads that are coming out of their ears that they don't know what to do. Basically, is what I'm seeing. He said he reported it to the FBI. He did. He did say that, Capture. So why isn't the FBI following up on this? I don't know if they are or not, but I haven't heard anything. Why hasn't Pima County come up and said anything? Because he said he also told Pima County as well. He told Sheriff Nanos himself. The FBI is aware of these people too. I ain't seen anybody over there at that lake. I ain't seen anybody but streamers go down there and try to see what they could see. They don't have the tools that Pima County has. They don't have the tools that the FBI has. Yet I see streamers trying to find the littlest leads possible. There's people like Jim on his bike riding around in the desert, lifting up cardboard boxes, lifting up anything that you could hide a body underneath. That's what I see. I see streamers who are asking this questions and not getting any type of positive answers or any answers for that matter. Janet's in the house. Good to have you, Janet. How we know this guy's not making and using his brother's name? He may be or and he may not be. The point is it a lead? That's all I'm saying. Is it a lead? We don't know that. We won't know that until somebody goes and checks this lake out. And then they either confirm it or they don't confirm it. Either they say there's nothing here, it's a nothing burger, or you know what? Oh my God, we have something here. We have 10 other bodies that are in here, 20 other bodies that are in here. Think about that. Who knows? Maybe the person who is talking to Sleuth, maybe he's the person. Maybe he's the perp. It's possible. I mean, look, I don't think he claimed he's going to a therapist for 14 years. I mean, I'm not sure why he would tell people that, you know? Gene, for those of you just coming into the chat, we're discussing about channel, a channel called Sleuth Intuition, who had a great guest on yesterday who claims Nancy is in Rose Lake. Thank you, Gene. Much slower channel with facts. Amen. Paige says, we investigate why they search. Gene says, morning, Janet. Streamers have gone out there. They say it's hard to get into. Paige, hi, Janet. It's a burger chef. Paige says, we normally get great updates from LE during national murder cases, but not this case. Wonder why that is. Gene, capture. That's what Patrick was saying. Weird cipher name. Groundsky, I feel like I am the dumbest person in the world when I try and engage my mind to understand any of this situation. You're not, you don't, yeah, you're not the dumbest person, brother. You're not even a dumb person. You just want what's right. And that is for Nancy to literally have her perpetrators pay for what they've done, be held accountable like any American citizen. Well, they also sent a cipher to America's Most Wanted, and they never found that kid. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll find Nancy in the lake. We all feel the way we all feel that way at times with this ground ski. See, the interesting aspect of this was this even caught Sleuth Intuition off guard, Patrick. It even caught him off guard. Like it caught everybody who was listening to it at real time. It was like, wow. And I can't tell you, I went over it so many times already, trying to figure out things that just like, what did this mean? What did this mean? And then you find out the snow moon, and you find out what day was the snow moon. Then you find out what day was Nancy taken. I mean, do we really think all this is coincidence? Or is there enough there to say, rake the damn lake? Rake the lake. I mean, as an officer who has done many cases, if I had got this information where I was at our PD, we would be raking that lake. We wouldn't be saying, well, how do we know it's true? How do we know this guy's not is telling the truth? Doesn't matter. It's another way to separate. It's another way to go ahead and either discredit it or prove it. It's another way to just eliminate a situation, right? I would have no problems as a chief of police saying, we're going to rake the lake. Let's get what we need out here and let's make it happen. As a chief of police, I would not hesitate to do that. I wouldn't hesitate one bit. It would be done. We all feel that way. Don't feel inferior. There's a mountain of coincidence before this. There's so many coincidences. It seems like when anybody doesn't have an answer or or a reason why they say, oh, it's just a coincidence. We have so many coincidences just in this case that it would last us a lifetime. Think about that for a minute. If you want to contact DD, you can reach him at mvleiangelo at gmail.com. Please reach me. Give me the info. Let me know. I want to know. Because I'm telling you right now that as literally a chief, that lake would be raped. Just because of where we're at in the length of time of when this has happened, because it is something that makes sense, and because it's a way to eliminate this from ever having to go back and rake it again. Catcher says, and why are these people contacting Sleuth Intuition? Well, to my understanding, is because, and I remember some of this, Sleuth was talking about some of these things, these ciphers and these things that he had read, and he was inquiring, and just by chance, he hit on something that this person had wrote, and that is what created the snowball. That's to my understanding. Patrick was telling him, give us evidence to take you serious so we can give it to the sheriff. Hey, 3 bags in a lake with her body in it, by the dam, in the middle of the water. My brother, I'm telling you, that is my brother who did this. This is what they do. This is what the whole family has done. Yada, 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 yada. I don't know what more needs to be said other than let's go check this out. Even if you went like, okay, let's go look at this. If it's probably nothing. So let's just go ahead and do the job and get it out of the way. Oh, what did we find? Bunch of bodies. Oh God. Or, see, I knew this was nothing, but you still are able to eliminate that lake from ever being like being looked at again because of in this case, because you've already done that. Literally. Gene says, good question, Capture. Patrick was saying 3 have contacted him, this one included. He stated he reached out to many and he thanks Luth for taking his call. Gronsky says, this channel rocks. So let's get Nancy. Amen. No doubt. No doubt. Capture says, remember the Iranian lead. I've got an appointment. Have a great day, says Tanya. Double dog and pups. I'll jump back on after I get there. Sounds good, Tanya. Be safe. I just thought about this. Laughing out loud. Okay. Let us know. What are you thinking? Faye says bye to Tanya. What are you thinking? You just thought about this, Capture. Fill us in. We're waiting. So that's where we're at. That's the new information that has just come out yesterday, and he's going to be coming out again today at 6 p.m. Tucson time. Which, if you're on the East Coast or you're in the Midwest, in the Midwest in Ohio, you're looking at a 2 hour difference, so that'll be 8 o'clock here. I'm gonna watch it because I think you can never have too much information. You can never get too much information. The reality is that when you get information, if you don't check it out and it comes to be and play out that it was there all along, then you have to deal with the consequences. And that's the sad thing about it all. And the fact that it doesn't appear that too many law enforcement entities are taking anything serious. It's almost sometimes I feel like it's almost like it is almost like they're wanting someone else to do the case, write the report, and then hand it to them and say, okay, all you got to do is file it. I get that feeling. Capture says, why are they calling him then? Then the median, remember the median, who another guy called Ronald. What happened to that guy? I can't keep up with wild goose chases. My eyes are focused on the family still. Understandable. Understandable, Capture. Lisa, I think Savannah just responded to my Instagram post pertaining pertaining to Nancy. I'm new at Instagram. Let us know what she says if you find anything out, Lisa. That'd be great. Gene, the police are just sitting at Nancy's house. Just drive to the lake and find out. I mean, that's all you got to do. It's not rocket scientist stuff. You just drive to the damn lake, you take your divers, throw them in there, tell them get in there and see what you find, and they do it. And either you say, hey, we got 15 bodies, we got one body, or we have nobody. It's just that simple. Things don't have to be that complicated. Oh, Savannah has a PR machine cranking it out right now. Or maybe she's just a grieving daughter. You never know. It's always possible, right? Could be a grieving daughter that really is we don't know what someone's going through with something like this, no doubt. Well, that is the breaking news for us anyway. Yesterday was another PR stunt, her and Hoda. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think that honestly, I think that I have stopped watching NBC today since this happened. Gene says, oh yeah, capture the guy who was mad being called a woman. Captures the devil works hard, but Savannah works harder. Okay, we're not going to get off this. Well, we're going to get off this topic here because let's talk. Has anybody heard any latest news on the Bahama missing wife? That incident that happened in the Bahamas where she fell off the dinghy. I think they were what the heck? Hookers, the hookers. They're not hookers, the hookers. They're not hookers, the hookers. Oh God, got me all combobulated. The hookers up in the Bahamas, they went ahead and literally the wife had fell off the dinghy. The husband swam back, or not swam, but rowed back to. Took him like 7 hours to get back to the docks. Does anybody know anything about that? Lisa, I tagged her in a post. Instagram asked if she wanted to collaborate on said post. Today's notification from Savannah, but it just showed the post in my message form, Savannah. I responded back. Do you know what happened to the guy? He was in jail last I heard. He was in jail. Gene, Daphne had mentioned Savannah's ratings were going down for her when she went out on leave for her voice. I remember the video before she came back. Then then Nancy thing started. Gene, Daphne had mentioned Savannah's. Okay, yep. There was a 7 p.m. deadline for cops to keep holding him, said Groundsky. You're right. You're right. And by what I've heard, they really didn't have any way to keep him locked up. They had to release him sooner or later, you know. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that. Keep us posted. Yeah, Gronsky. They were saying that they I was watching it yesterday and they were talking about how they had to go ahead and release him because eventually they just don't it's going to be hard to prove that he did something unless they find the body and there's a ore, with the chunk of her hair in it that they can justify that he. I mean, they gave the impression like they could justify if he someone had hit her over the head with the ore because of the hair and that type of thing on it. So that was the latest I heard. Whiskey, seen some other YouTubers last night. They're not interested. They don't believe it. And what's that, Whiskey? What are they not interested? Fill me in. Fill me in, my friend. Gene, no more was said about the mad guy. Capture. Family isn't concerned about the perp. They just want the body. Gene, he was released last night. Okay, that would make sense. So the hooker, the husband, Hooker, Mr. Hooker, was released last night. They couldn't hold him. Yeah, they were saying last night that they wasn't going to probably be able to hold him because they just didn't have any evidence. I don't even think they found the body yet of the wife. Pace says, I hope Christine comes back. I'm sad but cannot control others. That's the whole thing. In the going to the Bahama case, there is no evidence. I mean, the daughter had come out and did an interview stating that they had problems. Her stepdad and her mom had problems, and especially when they drank. And apparently, there was a text from the mother to someone saying that the 20 some years that they've been married were great, but the last 6 days or 6 weeks on the boat has entered their marriage, something to that effect. Anybody hear about that? Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, there's a lot of cases going on right now. A lot of cases. Eventually, this one will either be solved, or I hope it's solved for the sake of the family and for the sake of Nancy. I hope this case gets solved. But there will be many more cases, as you all know. Um, yeah, I mean, I just found this kind of interesting the other day as well. And then there was one that Gene has sent me. Um, something something happened in Columbus, but I got to do more research on that one. But Sue Barton says, when asked what was in the backpack, he said something about one third of the body might be in the backpack. It wouldn't surprise him. I don't believe that at all. Yeah, that was a little hard to swallow there, Sue. No doubt. That was a little hard to even for me to see that one third of the body was in there, unless they had put her. I hate to say it, in a meat grinder or something. But I mean, it would be hard to see that, especially that he was just. It looked like he was just coming to the house. So how would he already have the body in his bag? For one, um, but yeah, that he had one third of the body in the bag. Yeah, I found that kind of. It didn't seem right, but yeah. Paige says, I need everyone to understand I am at work. I am a work in progress. You're good, Paige. No worries. No worries. Sue, Lisa, we all are. That's a fact. In other words, I know I'm imperfect and I'm working on that daily forever. You're good, Paige. Keep up the good work. Gene, Sue. Yeah, I don't know if he meant in the video or after the fact. Yeah, I don't either, Gene. I don't know what if he was meaning. I thought he was talking about like literally literally in the bag right there currently is what I was gathering. But you may be right. I don't know if he really meant that or if he meant after the fact of what was done. Gronsky, the little boat was too small to be out in large waves. So sad, no doubt. That dinghy, I mean, they said they were like, what was it, 2 miles out? 2 miles out in a little dinghy? And it's not like they were small people either. They were bigger people. The hookers weren't like tiny, so yeah, being 2 miles away in a little dinghy like that, God only knows what could have happened or what did happen. Patrick should have clarified that point with the caller, says Gene. Yeah, true. True. I kept asking Patrick, I kept sending him a message saying, ask him if he's got a picture of his brother being Mike, the person who did this, the perp. And I kept asking, I said, ask him to send you a picture in your email when he sends you the other information. But I don't think he ever got it. Gene says, ugh, I have to listen to the interview again tonight. Gronsky says, someone said they thought there was a pillow in the backpack. Any idea? Yeah, Gronsky, I haven't heard that one. That is a new one for me. Gene says, yeah, Dee Dee, seems to be another perfect coincidence, right? No doubt. Everything's a coincidence. My God, if everything was a coincidence, I'd be playing the $1 billion lottery, hoping to win. I'd have a better chance. Lisa, coincidence galore. Everything's a coincidence. It's nothing. It's not real. It's just a coincidence. It's nothing. It's not real. It's just a coincidence. Unreal. They have no other leads on that wife. None. It's like she just, I don't know. I mean, I get it that the occurrence could have took her here and there, but my gosh, it seems to me like she's got to be somewhere. I mean, we know she's got to be somewhere. I mean, that's kind of crazy to say, but I mean, how far could she have gotten? Do they even have the Coast Guard out there? You know, I just don't get it sometimes. Gail's in the house. Wish they would send divers. You never know. It's so, I mean, look, I'm not going to say it's so easy to send divers, but it is easy to go out there and check it. No doubt about it. I mean, that's what divers do, right? So, you know, they can go find the Titanic. They can go find, you know, Amelia Earhart, but they can't go ahead and send divers to see if they can locate anything. Come on. No doubt, Gail. Good point. Don't forget, click like and subscribe for free. Do me that favor, everybody. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe. This channel is growing. I'm telling you, people in here, this has been an awesome and great conversation. Gene says, Didi, what's your opinion on Nancy's dog? Look, I'm thinking Nancy's dog, who Savannah's dog, but that stayed with Nancy. I honestly think that dog could have been poisoned. And the reason I say that is because just about a month prior, or something like 2 weeks or a month prior, is when that dog, to my understanding, passed away. And somewhere along the line, I thought I heard someone say that TC was the one that buried the dog in the back wash area for Nancy. Now, don't quote me on that, but I think that's what I heard. So yeah, I think that dog was poisoned. Because if not, that dog in the perp's minds, that dog would have been barking like crazy and could have woke up Nancy. The problem, what I don't understand is, did the perps know that Nancy wore hearing aids and that when she took them off to go to bed, she couldn't hear nothing? I mean, they could have ransacked that house. They could have took everything they wanted from that house, and she probably never would have got up because she couldn't hear very well without her hearing aids. So that kind of makes me wonder, like, what the hell? Yeah, that's what I think happened. I believe, literally, that that dog was poisoned. But and they can, and I have looked up, they can uh, 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 bring back, take that dog and run it for tests and see if it was poison. They are able to do that. Don't know if they will, but they are able to do that. I thought it was only like a month ago or 2 weeks ago is what I heard, but like I said, I could be mistaken, Paige. I might be mistaken. Paige says hearsay. Coincidence. Gene, Trudy D, he mentioned the colors of the backpack in the video could have been black, therefore you can't see it. Yep, no doubt. Sue says, I want to know more and rewatch, but it's so dark and creepy. It is, Sue. It's very dark and creepy. I mean, yeah, it is very dark and creepy. You almost got to have your cross with you, you know? Maybe some holy water next to you if you're Catholic, you got to have your holy water next to you. I'm just kidding. But seriously, it is creepy. You know, good question, Paige. What color were Nancy's missing sheets? They never told us. I'm assuming it's probably white. I don't know. Maybe white with flowers. But see, those are assumptions, and they didn't tell us. So, hey, it could be there could have been a lady that was in a car with wrapped in a sheet and could have been screaming from the car, "Help, help!" And somebody would have saw that and said, "Well, that's kind of odd." But they didn't even tell us what kind. Was it white? Was it black? Was it green? You're right. That's a very good question. So we can't. So we can search for them. Yeah, if they would only give us that, would be nice. Or what she was wearing, what they thought she might be wearing, or what she was wearing. Anything like that would have been helpful. Go look for this person. Well, what are we looking for? Well, I don't know, but go look for this person. Gronsky says they ain't never found Natalie Holloway. Yep, that is true. That is very true. G said, well, that's why you need to turn on your comments. Therefore, you can go back and read people's comments, meaning Patrick. But you as well, DD. I will turn them on if I knew how to turn them on. I don't want to mess with it just now, but I will turn them on next time. I'll turn my comments on. I'll go to my settings. About possibly poison her dog, Lisa. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It really does. Thanks, Gene. I'll definitely go ahead and do that. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Let me see. I don't think I can do that. Let me see. Oh, gosh. No, I don't need to start messing with it because then my thing starts acting dumb. I will go ahead and definitely check it later. Nancy's dog passed in December. Yes, that's about right. Nancy's dog passed in December. Some points being made as it was cancer, but was it speed up because the kidnap needed to happen? Yeah, and you're right. It was December. That does ring a bell. I just couldn't remember, but yeah, yeah. I mean, it makes sense to me. Yes, Diddy. That's why I believe this was a surgical removal of Nancy. No doubt. No doubt. This was all pre planned. This was surgical. This was not a burglary. This was literally, in my opinion, in my opinion, an abduction for ransom that went wrong. Now, talking about all the stuff here that we just got from this individual on Sleuth's thing, maybe it wasn't about a lot of it wasn't about money. Maybe it was about literally a satanic cult. Now I have to look at that now and think that that has to be a play in the game. Right. So true, Gene. Nothing was out of place. Yeah, I didn't hear anything about sheets or anything. Kind of hard to look for somebody or something that you don't even know what the hell you're looking for. They were only interested in R. Sue says, Gene, tell me directly what a surgical removal is. Well, let her know, Gene. I guess Savannah said on the Hoda interview that her sheets were missing. I think she did. Gronsky, YouTube didn't like your answer. What answer was that, Gene? Gronsky, you two didn't like your answer. Yeah, lost me there. I learned that in this chat, I didn't watch the Hoda interview. Gail, I didn't hear Savannah say anything about sheets. Well, I think the assumption was made because one of the sheets were missing. I think that came out through. Oh God, I heard that somewhere. I just don't remember who I heard it from. If it was Nanos or somebody, but I did hear the sheet was missing. That was the whole point of that. They thought she was wrapped in the sheet and taken. They used the sheet to wrap her up. I mean that she was totally out of her house, planned, and nothing else was messed with. It was surgically removed to the point that it was all precise. Everything was done precisely on what they wanted. That's another way of saying surgically. Everything was precisely done. The only thing that kind of threw that wrench in the whole system was probably that the fact that she became unalive. And that probably was, well, depending on which angle we look at, may or may not been the whole premise, or maybe it was. Now that we have this new theory, YouTube had a comment for review. I didn't see it. YouTube had a comment for review. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I did not see it, my friend. YouTube had a comment for review. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything, my friend. Not sure. No, I don't know if those sheets, because I heard the same thing, Paige. I heard that the sheet. I heard a sheet was taken. I just don't know, in fact, if it came from Nanos or who in the hell it came from. But they had suspected that she was wrapped in the sheets. Yeah, I didn't see anything. Paige says, Dee, YouTube had a comment for review, but I didn't see it. Where's that at? Where's that comment for review? When YouTube holds a comment for review, it usually okay and gives mods the option to show or hide. Oh, I got you. Okay, good. Mary, why bugging? Did anyone go to the lake yet? Probably not, Mary. Welcome in, Mary. Good to have you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I didn't see anything, guys. So, hey, you guys handle it because I didn't see anything. Hello, hello, hello. Good to have you, Mary. Don't forget, if you are new, this channel, as everybody in here will tell you, it's been a damn good channel and it's only going to grow. Sign up for free. Just join, be a devil pup, and get involved with this discussions. South Page says, I clicked show, then you all seen the comment laughing out loud. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see it honestly. I think I was behind a little bit. Sue says sheets were mentioned in the first sheets were mentioned in the first weeks. I think Sheriff mentioned it was missing. Yeah, I'm almost positive. That's why I heard something about the sheets. Okay, was it anything important? Gene, was that anything important? Because I honestly didn't see it. But yeah, that's what's. I just found it intriguing, very intriguing, that they literally. It appeared that the guy that came on Sleuths, Richard Nolette Jr., would put himself out there like that, and even his family too. You know, but it just seems so precise. Like everything he was talking about and everything he was saying, he seemed combobulated a lot because I think he was, I think he was nervous. But it seemed to me like he was being forthright. So I don't know. Sounds good. Sounds good, Paige. Thanks for taking care of it. Yeah. Hit the like button, everybody. Let's make it happen. Click that like button. Let's get those algorithms up. Gail says two sheriff cars and the Tesla with the bald guy were at Nancy's yesterday. Interesting. Interesting. Also, hit the hearts and other emojis to help the algorithms. Make it happen, everybody. Yeah, that's the whole thing for me. You know, he gave a lot of information that was really precise. If anyone has some opinions, says Gene, if anyone has some opinions or want to talk to DD off the chat, you can reach him, DD at, and there's the email, everybody. If you guys get any questions or ideas or things that are happening in your community, shoot me an email. I read them all the time. Ask Gene. I read them all the time. Gail, 857 Tucson happened by and saw them there. Oh, okay. All right. Good deal. Good deal. I wonder what that was about. Wouldn't it like to be a fly on the wall to hear that? Mary says, I really like your channel. Glad to find you. Thank you so much, Mary. Appreciate you. Huh? No. But yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We try to do the best here we can. And I tell you what, the people that have come into this channel have been second to none as far as I'm concerned. Literally. And I mean that truthfully. It's been second to none. I like the fact that everybody gives their opinions. I like the fact that everybody's able, it's like you guys do your homework. You know what the hell you're talking about. We may not always agree, but I think you guys, I know you guys value the opinions when I tell you that it's coming from law enforcement. This is my background. And I think you guys see that. In the same token, you guys really do a lot of work because you guys bring up things that sometimes I haven't heard or things that I don't even know. And that's how we learn, man. That's how we gain more knowledge. But thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Gene says, no, no big deal. Just a mention of the color. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Welcome, new friend. Amen. Do I think it's an inside job? You know, I would be only really guessing from my experience. I think there's a lot of unknowns that haven't been answered. I've still, still don't know about why TC Tommaso, why hasn't he been shown in any pictures or videos dropping off Nancy or leaving? That's the biggest hiccup I have with him at this moment is I don't understand why they're able to get all these other vehicles and these other cars driving by and they're able to get a picture of the perp, but they're not showing you a picture of the son-in-law dropping off Nancy at her garage. I mean, it's late at night, 9:30, it's dark. You pull in, you got your headlights on, you don't see it. Then he leaves, you got your tail lights on when you hit your brakes and you don't see it. So it just doesn't make any sense to me. That's why I'm really stuck on him as my third person of interest. As far as let's see here. Gene said there was mention Nancy supposedly had listed listed her home for sale back in October, correct? Then look it took it off the market. I wonder if that's when T and A got their home up the street. It's very possible because I had heard, and once again I cannot remember who. I'd have to go back and look, but it was mentioned that Nancy had given TNA a 225,000 loan to put down on a $650,000 home. That's what I had heard. So that would make sense. If mom helps us with the house, then mom can stay in her house because we're only 10 minutes away. You know what I mean? That would make sense. But I can tell you from experience that next thing you know, if TNA are constantly asking mom for more money, guess what? The cash cow is done. And if she says, I'm not giving you no more money, that could explain why there was some friction. And that's all speculation because we're not there. We don't really know that for a fact, but it sure meets what people have been saying and what things have been being reported. So I get back to your question, Mary. Do I think that it's an inside job? That's the only person that I could see literally having something to do with this at the best would probably be TC, in all honesty. You know what I mean? Gene says, I just don't know why they just didn't move into with Nancy. She had a big enough home, 5 bedrooms. Yeah, I don't get it either, to be honest. I sure as hell would have, if I was me, I would have done that before letting her be by herself. We can agree to disagree. Amen. No doubt about it. That's how it works, everybody. That's how I roll. We can always agree to disagree. That's what makes everything work in life in general. We're all adults here, I think. He right? Paige says, I'm down with the cash cow scenario. Nancy got tired of it, in my opinion. I can see that, no doubt. No doubt I can see that. Yeah, I mean, I really think that that would be the only person I think would have had something to do with it from the inside. Um, because I can't get those questions answered as to why is no one is showing anything of of him dropping off his mother-in-law and him leaving. There's no still picture. I mean, Fact of the matter is, we didn't even know if she was ever made it home from that night at her daughter's and Tommaso's home. So yeah, that just goes without saying. Pay said Christine didn't agree to disagree. I hope she has that change. She'll be fine. Don't worry. That's how this channel is, man. We just agree to disagree and we move on. Aristocrat is in the house. Good day, all. Good to have you, Aristocrat. Good day, Gene. Good day, Gene. Aristocrat. Good day, all. Lisa Page. Hi, Aristocrat. Welcome. If you are not a subscriber, like I said, be a subscriber. This is a very intelligent channel, no doubt about it. And I don't say that for putting it together. I say that because, you know, the channels is only as good as the people that are in it. And you guys have been amazing. You guys really, like I said, you guys do your homework. Well, most of y'all do your homework. Gene says Daphne had mentioned Daphne had mentioned the sake of the house. Sorry here. The stake of the house. Can't remember who said gave the 250,000 to TNA, and I think their house was up for sale at the time she gave them the money. Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. I thought it was 225, but yeah, 250. And maybe she did that because she still wanted her own independence, her own freedom, in her own home. Maybe she didn't want it. Maybe she really didn't want them to move in with her because she wanted her, she's very strong-willed. Her husband died when she was younger, a lot younger, and she never remarried and she had to be very independent. And so maybe that is what she wanted. Maybe she just got tired of giving and giving and giving. That could have been it too. Aristocrat says maybe Savannah, Nancy, or any other member of the Guthrie did something terrible to a person some time ago. It's possible. I haven't heard anything, Uh, I'd like to scan and look around, but I haven't heard anything of that nature. But it is possible. It is possible. Look, people hold grudges for long times, literally. They hold grudges until they grow up and realize they're just wasting time in their life by holding a grudge. So I do agree. I mean, it is possible. Gail says, I like how respectful the chat is here. Awesome. Thank you, Gail. I appreciate that. Pay says, you are a great leader, Dee Dee. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Every action has a reaction. Nobody kidnaps a person without a reason. Well, God knows we have a lot of reasons. We just don't have a lot of answers. We have a lot of reasons what could be. We just don't have any facts, that a lot of them are just not just speculations, but they're like ideas and and sometimes when we do get some good information, we look at it as in, that's not plausible. Oh, that's just a coincidence. And if you look at everything as a coincidence, well, then hell, you'll never solve nothing and you'll never know the truth of anything. Sometimes you just got to dig in and go with your gut and, tell it how you see it. That's how other people learn. Paige says Jean is the main mod and she keeps it friendly here. Hoorah. Paige, aristocrat. Yep, money. Money's look, I believe wholeheartedly this was a an abduction, a kidnap, you fill in the blank, all about money. It was all about money. It's always been about money. But I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's all been about money, but in the same token, I don't know if this new case scenario was more sinister than meets the eye, this new thing that has just come up recently. Or revenge or both. True, very true, Paige, very true. Lisa, well, if it was for money and not for hatred, the kidnappers would have already returned Nancy already. If it was not for money, well, if it was not for hatred, they would have never done it in the first place, to be honest. But if it wasn't for money, but then something went wrong in the process, then they would have no choice, especially if they felt like there may be some DNA or evidence on Nancy. Something happened. Obviously, we know the blood existed, we know whose blood it was, we know something happened, we just don't know to what extent, you know and that's what makes all this new information that just come out so important. It makes it so real. Gene said, yes, I watched that with Dr. Ann, Aristocrat. Because look, if you really want $2 million through kidnapping, somebody know, somebody you should keep the kidnapped person alive in order to get. Well, yeah, no doubt. And I think that's why a lot of people have said that this was a kidnapping that gone wrong. Well, I've said it from the get-go. Something happened in that house, and that's when they realized they weren't getting nothing. Panic just set a storm, panic just hit big time. And people started realizing, oh my God, we're not going to get our payday as they were hoping to, you know, trying to figure out other reasons why. There could be multiple reasons. They could be getting money and then the sinister motive, you know, unaliving her. It could be so many things. We just don't have that little nugget that we need. And it could be very well, as Paige said, maybe she expired accidentally, unpreventable, without meds. Very true. Gene says, share the page. Let's make it grow. Let's make it happen, everybody. Aristocrat, Jesus Christ. All I know is that very old people should not live alone in big houses. Maybe in an apartment, they would have been safer. Well, the fact of the matter is, we never know when stuff like this is going to happen, Aristocrat. We never know when stuff like this is going to happen. And the fact of the matter is, I wouldn't want my mother to live by herself at that age. That just won't happen. But, then again, you also got to remember she was very independent. So she probably would have put up a fight. Maybe that's why she put up the 250,000 for them to get their own home. But she wasn't going to go ahead and keep paying their payments, or something to that effect. Pay says, totally agree, Aristocrat. Gene, yes, I agree, Aristocrat. That's why it baffles me as far as was was it a hit per se or a kidnap for money? Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Nancy should be more protected. I cannot understand why she wasn't. It's always looking back and always wishing we could have done this. And I think that's what the family deals with a lot is Why didn't we do more? Why didn't we have more better security? Why didn't we have more, information? Why didn't we do this, that, or the other? And that's always playing the game of, I wish we would have did more, but that's why you try to do the best you can. And yeah, could they have done more? Uh the net worth of that family, yes, they could have done a hell of a lot more, in my opinion. I don't lock my doors in house or car. The car, I don't lock my car doors because I just feel like I'd rather them take whatever it's in there than to break my windows and now I have to call somebody to come and fix them. So I just don't do that, right? Um, but in the same token, my house here lately, because how crazy the world has gotten, yeah, sometimes I get that urge and I just go ahead and lock the doors. We are not in the 1950s anymore. That is for sure, Aristocat. That is for sure. Those days are gone. They have sailed. Gene says, Lisa, ever since this has happened, I've been more crazy about being more alert around me. Yeah, that's something you learn in the military. You watch your back, you go to a restaurant, you know, you sit with your back against the wall facing the entry because you want to make sure you know where your exits are at. You want to make sure you know it's that military, that policing mentality. You're kind of constantly, you know, sometimes it becomes unbearable, but hey, if that's the only way you can sit down and enjoy a nice steak, then so be it. I lock doors overnight, but not when I leave camera. Pay says, agree, Gene. I'm more aware. Right on, aristocrat. That's the big problem. Mainstream media. Yeah, that's the big thing here. So that's the news with what's going on, and I find it very interesting. I'm actually kind of curious to know how it's going to go with this next interview tonight uh, with uh, with Richard Nolette Jr. and Intuition. I believe crime was always around, but there wasn't as much awareness because no internet. Well, that's true. That's true. That's very true. Paige says the internet is such a blessing. Oh, yeah, I think it's a blessing, but also a big curse. I think the internet has really, I don't know, has set back a lot with the youth. You know, more people are now focused on games and video games and internet and all this stuff, and less about going outside and yeah, that's just the times that we live in anymore. It seems like anyway. Aristocrat says, Lisa, yes, I have learned science, philosophy, and politics through internet. So at the end of the day, everybody, at the end of the day, do you think they need to go ahead? I just want your opinions. Do you think they need to go ahead and rake that lake, Rose Canyon Lake, based on the information that Richard Nolette Jr. gave to Sleuth Intuition? Lisa says yes. Gail says yes. You never know, divers for sure. Mr. K, you think that Nancy's body could be in the lake? According to the new information that came out last night on Sleuth Intuition, where Richard no Nolette Jr. he gave an interview saying that he believed his brother was the one in the picture in front of Nancy's house. Barb, absolutely. Bob, absolutely, yeah. So when he gave that information, he said how they put the body in the water and that around, had it in a net, weighted it down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I sound very plausible to me. Yeah, he did. Sloop did. He was the one that I actually was watching him when the guy came online and kind of listened to him. So and he Sloop did a good job. He did a great job. Gene says, my grandmother lived alone in a basement apartment in Chicago back in the day, 70s. She would walk to church, buses, etc., by herself. There's no way she could have done it now. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. No doubt. Totally agree with that. Why not? The world is so much crazier, Paige. So much crazier today than it was back in the day. No doubt about it. The crime in Chicago has gotten really bad. Seems like the whole country has gotten really bad, in all honesty. So that's good to hear. Most of y'all think that I think that they should rate the lake. And look, like I said, if I was a chief or if I was a sheriff, I'd make that decision in a heartbeat. And it wouldn't be a tough decision to make at all. Pace says, I believe it's worse now. We simply are more aware. True, true, true. I think they should definitely check the lake out. Opinion. Yes, no doubt. But yeah, that's the whole point. You have to ask yourself what, like I said earlier, what is it going to take? What information is it going to take for you to say this is not just a blowhard? This is something that this person is giving us something to go on. Because anything anybody gives you, especially from here on out, because it's been so long, is going to be literally something that needs to be literally examined, and something like that is not going to be a real big cost. And when it's all said and done, especially if for some odd reason you find what you're looking for, so that is why to me it's very important. But I have a hard time with the take of every information or a lot of information is just that information. When you set your eyes on just one fact of one person or one thing, then you're closing all other options. And when you become that stubborn to think it's just one thing in law enforcement, that's called very nearsighted. It's called very um, you have tunnel vision. You're only seeing what you want to see. You're not seeing everything wide open. So you're only seeing what you want to see. And in law enforcement, especially in investigations, you want to see everything possible because everything has something in it if you're able to decipher it. I haven't been in Chicago in years, says Gene. I used to go to the south side where my relatives live. My uncle's car used to get stolen all the time. He lived by Sox Park, 1 block from there. Interesting. Lisa, yeah, it seems to me that cameras are not really a protector, preventive measure against crime. Pay says, I believe crimes are hidden in the past due to inadequate means of communication nationally. True, this case requires many different theories. My grandmother was a tiny woman, says Jean. If I were a criminal, I would consider security when doing my crimes, no doubt. Some people on Reddit even mention the Epstein scandal related to this case. There's always something going on. No, that's for sure. There's always something going on. I don't know if I subscribe to that, but I would say there's always something happening um, when these files are you know ready to come out. It always seems like something happens. So I can see that. I can see how some people feel that way. Me personally, this is so deep. So this is so much deeper. I believe this is way so much deeper. I think there's a lot of personal. Of there's a lot there, man. There's a lot there that tells you it's about to me it's about money, but it's also very personal. And maybe this new theory that just came out yesterday, maybe there is something to be said about it. I mean, that's not. I mean, that's just not out of the realm, right? Pace says John Bonet all over again. I mean, no doubt. Talk about a case back in the day. Even when they thought they had the perp, or when they thought they had information on who done it, or when they thought they had this or that or the other, never got solved. Just never got solved. And that's crazy because there was a lot of information there, but there were so many dynamics to that. So many dynamics. Pay says, but the Gilgo Beach serial offender was captured after 30 years. Yeah, no doubt. Well, and then the way he was captured was just remarkable. They actually got him because he ate a piece of a pizza, and he left the crust there. And they were able to go ahead and get his DNA from the crust. I mean, it's just crazy. The technology we have today is unreal. But yeah, so true, Paige, so true. Yeah, never give up. Never give up. You give up, you lost the battle. Never give up. Always try to find the reason why. Always try to find. Never give up. What about the man that's missing? The guy that disappeared recently, involved with the government? Yeah, I think it's McCashlin. McCashlin. He was a general. He was a general at Wright Patterson Air Force Base, about 7 hours away from where Nancy Guthrie lived. He went for a walk. Now, when he was a general at Dayton, Ohio. Wright Patterson Air Force Base. But when they were in New Mexico, his wife said he took a walk and he never came back. And that was interesting. And Yeah, that I was kind of really interested because I kind of look into the unknown. I told you all I really like the unknown aspects of life, and I think that a lot of these unknowns, then to find out he was in charge of Project Blue Book and the UAPs, also known as UFOs, stuff information about that just makes you wonder. Yes, the UFO general. That is correct, Aristocat. The UFO general. Um, but he had a lot of information, and then a couple other people went missing, and underneath him, and it just kind of got like kind of bizarre. Like, really, like is this really happening? Page improper policing also deterred the Gilgo Beach investigation. Yeah, yes, it did. Yes, it did. No doubt. Similar to Nanos, no doubt. Very similar. Yes, yes, aristocrat. Related to UFOs, UAPs, which they're known now as UAPs, and extraterrestrials. Yes. Gilgo Beach, law enforcement is in jail for that. Yes, they are. He was involved in prostitution, not the murders, but he intentionally botched the case. Unreal. When they have to hide that guy talking to Brian, that ought to tell you something very wrong with the police department. No doubt. No doubt. I watched that and I couldn't believe it myself. They had to block him out and change his voice so that he no one would find out who was the one coming forward. That's crazy. There's issues. G says, "Hey everyone, share, like, and subscribe to the channel. It's all free. Make it happen, everybody. If you are listening and you're not subscribed, get subscribed." My point is Nanos might have ulterior motives for botching the case. I mean, anymore, it's like you just don't know, right? Anything's plausible. I just want to see what the FBI does on. I'm serious. I want to see what they do with this latest lead that just came out. That's going to speak volume if this is legit or if it's not. I really think that this is something that needs to be literally looked at. It needs to not only be looked at, it needs to be checked. And then they need to come back and they need to tell the people, yay or nay. I'm sure if they find a body or Nancy, they will come back and they'll eventually say, hey, we discovered something, but we're having forensics look at it and see if we can pull any information from it. You know, Hopefully they'll follow the lead, says Paige. No doubt, just in case. But that's the whole thing. Then come and tell the people, hey, we can't tell you a whole lot, but we did recover a body and we're trying to get that looked at and see what we can figure out and find out. We'll give you another update here as soon as we can, and leave it at that. Then the people know that at least you checked out that lead. At least they know that your interest is their interest. You know, their safety is in your hands and you are showing that you care about their safety. That's how you work with the community, not just, nothing here, nothing here, nothing here. I mean, you watched the first interviews that Nanos had given to the reporters at the very beginning of this. Every question they asked him, he wouldn't give an answer. He would, skirt around the issues, even to the point where he could have said certain things that were so easy to understand for the people to understand. He didn't say it. He just like it was almost like he just mumbled jumbled along the way, and that was the end of that. And it's like, well, what did he even say? Nothing. That was the first thing I thought of way back when this started. Nanos was so quiet and everything bad with interviews, like he wanted everything to go away until they discovered his background. Exactly. And honestly, the reason they discovered his background is because they wanted him out, because they lost faith and confidence in him. That's the one thing when you work in law enforcement, you can't lose confidence and faith of the people that you serve. Because once that happens, it's almost impossible to get back. Then they look for another sheriff. Some of it is political, a lot of it's political, and a lot of it's just common sense. Did you all see the look or lack thereof of the husband in Bahamas when he left there? I didn't see him get out, so I didn't see him leave there. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna have to follow that a little bit more. I just know last night when I saw the last part I saw was that they were debating if they're going to extend him again because they had extended him already once, that he had to stay a little longer until they looked at other things. And I don't think they could extend him anymore, but that was the talk. And then I went to bed, and then of course now I'm finding out that yeah, they let him go. But I didn't see that look. I'll have to look it up. No, and you're not the only one, Paige. I as well. I thought, man, people are really being hard on nanos. Like I get it. There's some things you cannot tell the people, and I was kind of felt bad for him because I know what it's like to be in those shoes as far as being the leader of your department and understanding how things work. And I did feel bad, but then the more I started hearing, the more I started seeing, the more I started going, wait a minute, like then it just made sense to me. He didn't understand the dynamics of his position as far as how to keep everybody, you know, um, how to keep everybody feeling safe, comfortable, how to keep them um, happy with what you're trying to do. No doubt about it. Dog, Didi, do you think that the Bahama guy pulled off? I don't know if he pulled off the perfect crime. In all honesty, Gene, I don't know if he pulled off the perfect crime, but I think I I I would say, well, I guess just to answer the question, yes, I do. Yes. And the only way, like I said, they're going to be able to change this type of thing is going to be if they, like I said, if they find one of the oars that had hair or matter on the oar, like from a striking on the head or something, or if he gets drunk and says literally he gets drunk or something. Somebody else. Okay. Unless he gets drunk or something and says something in public and then someone hears him and reports it, of course that's still hearsay, but they could look in deeper on that. You know what I mean? So that's the other thing. That's the other thing. But yeah, I think he did pull off the I mean, at first it didn't seem like it would be a perfect crime, right? But the way everything ended up going the way it went, well, yeah, I think he may get away with this because you don't have a victim to go ahead and ask what happened. No, I know people did talk a lot real bad about him, no doubt about it. I agree. That's it. That's how you do it. I probably even defended Nanos in the beginning. I know I did. I know I did. And it's not that I don't defend him. I know there's some things that is out of his control. But when it comes to the people that you serve, that is all in your control. You either get them to trust you by showing them that you are their main focus and literally are their main focus, or you lose them because they feel like you don't hear them. You're not there for them. You're there for you. And when that happens, it's done. It's that simple. That's how it works. You know that old saying, they only remember you for the last thing you did, not for everything you've done. Yeah. And G says the mother of Lynette said they found Lynette Apple Watch, so they didn't see anything on it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and then I heard a couple of detectives talking about this case last night, and some of the things they were saying. I mean, it just was. I mean, it was common sense for me. It made sense to me uh, that it's just hard to prove. How are you going to prove this? You don't have the other person that's alive to be able to ask them what happened to them. Why did they fall out of the boat? Oh, well, I got whacked in the head with an oar. Knocked me out, and then I just drifted away. Or whatever. I mean, you don't have that other side, so unless you got overwhelming evidence, it's going to be hard to go ahead and find out the truth. Yeah, they haven't said anything about looking at the oar. No. And there's an oar missing. That's what took him so long. That's what took him literally 7 hours to get back on the dinghy back to where the boats were all at. And that's a 2 mile span. It took him 7 hours to get that far because he only had one oar. You know. Has anybody heard about the case that Mark the Shark was looking at with Celeste Rivas Hernandez in California? Has anybody heard about the case? Page says, I'm assuming test and investigation work is being done without our knowledge. Fingers crossed. Yeah, for sure. Look, I think they're trying to figure it out. I do think that the FBI and the police literally were trying to figure it out. I'm just not so sure that they were trying everything possible, and it was like there was no sense of urgency. There was no sense of urgency. And on some of these high crime, matters, when it comes to, kidnappings, murders, when it comes to, robberies, when it comes to anything like that, you only have so much time before that window starts to close, and you have to take advantage of that time. Gene says, and I believe we know more about the Bahama case than the Nancy. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, we don't know where she's at, but I can tell you that we know there's only certain dynamics that could have happened, right? She fell off the boat, the current took her out, she couldn't make it back, and that was the end. Or she got whacked in the head, fell off the dinghy boat, drifted away, and that was the end. I mean, there's only a couple of scenarios, literally. It wasn't the kebab that came in and did all this. Let's see here. I revolve around Nancy and politics only. and self. Understand. The It's about a husband and wife by their last name Hookers. They were married, and they had some history, some problems throughout their marriage. 21, 22 years of marriage, something like that. And they like to both like to consume alcohol, and it seemed, according to the daughter of the mom, because she was a step daughter of the dad, that they had a rough times when they would drink. They'd have a few words to each other, and apparently it was on rocky roads, and then they went on this thing to the Bahamas, and then this happened. You know, so basically that was it. And was there foul play? Was there not foul play? And that's the question that remains. Pace says, I haven't watched Sleuth, Hoda, Brian Enton, none. Oh, wow. Well, good. Just stay focused on what we're doing here, building this program, building this, and also with Ride with Jim. Gotta watch Ride with Jim. Gene, Gene says, it's funny. Her husband mentioned the car because she was a great ath- athletic person and great swimmer. So it's like he's trying to cover something. Yeah, no, I heard that. I heard that. But it's like the one agent that I watched. She said, yeah, she can be a great athletic person. She may be a great runner or whatever. But you have so many drinks in your system, and all that's out the window. Current comes along, and if you don't know how to handle the currents, you're screwed. And that's basically what, yeah, you're right, that's basically what the FBI person said. Not even the one you highly recommend. Not even the one you highly recommend, dog. I'm easily confused and easily distracted. Well, the fact of the matter is, you're on, at least you're here on a channel that appreciates you and appreciates all of you for what you guys do and what you guys bring to the channel. And for that, I say thank you so much. Much appreciation. I must focus on crush and burn. Gene says, yes, Didi, that is bizarre case. David canceled his world tour. David canceled his world tour. Now the Tesla was under his name, so who the heck did it? Is so gross, no doubt. I looked into that case, and Paige said, "I'm really lost right now, and now someone has bought the car. Why? I can't believe the police let it go so fast." I agree. So what's going on? We're talking now about the too many cooks spoil the broth in my kitchen. So now we're on the case that um, I think Mark the Shark was working on, which is a girl, a 14-year-old by the name of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. She was only 14 years old, and she was seeing this rapper in California. Well, he's originally from outside of Houston, Texas, but she was seeing him at 14. They say as early as 12 to 13 years old, and he was 18. And he was a rapper, and he had moved to California to LA, and they found his they found she went missing. Last time she was saw was, I believe, in January or December. Think it was January, like January 2nd or 3rd, somewhere in there. And she went missing. She always ran away from her house, but her parents knew where she was going was to see this guy. and his name was David Burks. His real name is David Burks, but he goes by another name for his singing thing. And lo and behold, down the road, they end up through they parked the car. Someone parked the car, a Tesla, black in color, parked it somewhere, and a house that was by kind of kept smelling a bad odor, a real bad odor. And in that process, they kept smelling this odor. So they thought it was a dog that they had buried not deep enough in the backyard, but later found out no, it's not that. So they called the cops. Cops came in. They towed the vehicle, took it to the to the pound. The pound, the car. They impounded it, and then a few days later, the impound people said they could smell something really bad. So they called literally the cops. The cops came out. They opened up the trunk, which is in the front of a Tesla, and lo and behold, the 14-year-old was all dismembered, head and torso. Her head and torso were dismembered and in a bag, in in a um, uh, a black cadaver bag, and then the rest of her legs and arms were in another bag, in another black bag, and she was only 14 years old. So yeah, that happened, and so they ran the car. They found out who owned it, which is this rapper, and they were able to piece that he was seeing her, he was with her, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And long story short, now they are literally going through the court process, and basically, in essence, they try to get the parents of this 18-year-old David to come to California for trial, because they wanted to ask the parents, they wanted to interview the parents, and the parents tried to fight it by saying no, they had nothing to do with this. And long story short, they it got denied at first, but then they took it to court again and on an appeal, and they got a stay, which meant that the judge wanted to see exactly more information about it. So yeah, that's what's going on. That's what's happening on that case. Just a very interesting case, and it's a very sad case because she was only 13 years old when they found her body. She was the next when they found her body, the very next day she was turning 15. And for somebody to be that young, to be dismembered, a really young pretty little girl to be dismembered, it's just so sad. And so yeah, that's that case. And I'm looking a little bit into that case because I find it very once again, it's only getting a little bit of notoriety because of the fact that this rapper had to cancel all his tour. He had to cancel the tour they had because he was an up and rising coming star until all this came about. So yeah, that's that case, and that's Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Okay, let's see where we're at here. Look at the Newcastle burn. Da, 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 da. Really lost right now. Life in the law. Gene says, and now someone has bought. Yeah, and then the police boxed this whole thing up too because they kept the car for 2 days, and then they let the pound take it back to the pound. The had it impounded, and then it stayed there, and it collected a sum of $9,600 or something to that effect. So the day before that car was going to go on auction. Now you have to remember they only kept that car for 2 days doing whatever they were doing as far as forensics or whatever. Then it went back to the pound, and somebody came at the day before it went to be sold at an auction. The day before, somebody came in with a cashier's check for the full price of how long it was there, which was like $9,600, and they gave it and they had a signed um, a power of attorney, and they bought the car and they took the car. Only took the car to take it to a body shop where a private investigator who's following this case over there knows exactly who bought the car and where it's at. And it's at a body shop. So, I mean, talk about mess ups completely with law enforcement. And I think that's also what got me interested in this too, because I was like, how can you make that many mistakes? Are you kidding me? So yeah, I guess law enforcement is not the way it used to be. That's for sure. No problem, no problem. Tanya is back. Good to have you, Tanya. Yes, Gene. I asked him to briefly explain this Bahama case so I know what you were discussing. Tanya says she was pregnant, wasn't she? I don't think she was. I don't. You talking about the young girl, the 14-year old? Or you talking of the Bahama girl? I don't think the Bahama lady was pregnant. And I don't know if this young girl was pregnant or not. I don't think so, but I don't know. I'd be lying if I try to answer that. Gene, I think you just have to go over one case at a time per day. Well, you mean it's just all this stuff that's happening. There's so much happening in the world. It seems like nothing's getting really a whole lot of attention other than the Nancy Guthrie case. You're very welcome. Yeah, the parents did know that. Absolutely. The parents did know that she was with this David Burks guy. But she was only, I mean, at the time, she was only 12, 13 years old, literally, when she was seeing him. And then when she started really like seeing him, she was 14 and yeah, didn't even make it to her 15th birthday. Yeah, that David, he wrote a song. It really did sound about her. It really did sound about her, and they even had a video that they did a video, and it looked like her in the video. I don't think it was her, but it looked like a girl that looked like her, and they were putting her as in she was uh unalive, putting her in the trunk of a car. It is just so mind-boggling, so weird. Yeah, it was a death song of some sort. Gene says, "Your memory is impeccable." Did he just saying. Um, Tanya says, yes, the young girl. It is so sad. Romantic homicide. That's what it was called, Tanya. Yep, you're right. That was a sad song that he wrote that almost looked identical to what they did to this little girl, or what was done to this little girl, should I say. Do you think it was David's producer or someone tied to him, DD? Do I think it was tied to him that bought the car? Apparently, I heard an interview done with the person who was the doing the a private investigator, And he said he knows exactly who bought the car and where the car is at, but he couldn't talk about who it was because this case is still ongoing in California, so he couldn't talk about it. But he says he knows who bought it and he knows where it's at. It's at some body shop. So yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, very sad. Well, good. Pink Floyd's a good group, no doubt about it. Back in the day, it was even better. So yeah, that's in a nutshell. We're gonna cover some of these cases. We're not gonna forget about Nancy. We're gonna cover a lot of these cases because they're very important. Or we're gonna do what we can. I just wanted to give you a kind of a taste of what's in my mind, what's happening. And then there was another one here recently in Columbus, but I'm not even going to get into that. But back to Nancy. Let's get back to Nancy. Um, so we know we got new information. We know that at 6 o'clock tonight we're going to get more information because he's supposed to go live again tonight with um, intuition, sleuth intuition. Thank you. He's going live at 6 with him, so we ought to get a lot more information on what's going on. Good morning. I'm here listening. I have you on the TV. I'm painting, trimming my bathroom. Song's in the house, everybody. Song is in the house. Gene, laughing. Lisa, I got cameras around me at work, and they're on our butts about being on the phone. I don't want to lose privileges. Don't blame me, Gene. Do not blame you. I'm hoping there's a Pink Floyd tribute concert this year near me, says Tanya. Paige says, good job, Gene. Very proud of you. Gene, hi. Oh, hi. It's in my heart. A song in my heart. Lisa says, I seen PF in 1993-ish in Indianapolis. Saw Pink Floyd. Interesting. Best memory ever. But yeah, I mean that's what's going on. So I do think this is going to be very telling, this next interview. And the good thing is we've already talked about it, so at least we have a heads up on what's it all about, right? We know what's it going to be about. We know what they're going to talk about. We just don't know what new information is going to come out, and that's going to be nice because kind of we're a little ahead of the game right now, and it's just some of our workers that might make us lose privileges. Tanya said, "Hey, Didi, uh, let's see here. Hate when this thing goes up. I just changed out my Floyd pajama shirt. Oh, good. We all get older, everybody. We all get older. Can't be father time, no doubt." Tanya says, I'm retired. Lisa says, I'm 59. Tanya says, I'm 64. So yeah, that's the good thing about everything that's going on. You know, that's the good thing about this case with Nancy is that we've got a heads up. We know pretty much the probably the most integral parts. Now, if you watch if you watch it, if you literally watch uh, intuition, okay, sleuth intuition, and you watch that again, as I've watched it several times, you're going to find out more things, and you need to look up those things that you find. You know what I mean? You got to look up like snow moon. What does that mean? When does that happen to come out? When did it happen? And then you put the timeline of what happened with Nancy at what date at what time, and then it all starts to make sense. That's what got me, is a lot of this stuff was making sense. A lot of this information was just literally making sense. So, you know, with the satanic cult thing, I don't think this guy was lying. Now, here's the thing. He may have not been lying, or he may have believed what's in his mind, which to him, he's not lying. You follow me? This man, Richard Nolette Jr., he may not be lying. And in his mind, if he's not lying, like telling sleuth Patrick, for a better word, Patrick, what was going on or what happened, then he's also may not be lying in his own mind, because you got to remember he was seeing a psychiatrist for 14 years because of his upbringing and everything he was exposed to. So, he could definitely have another personality. He could be the perp. You may hear him tonight, and he may have a whole different persona about him. You know, there's a lot of that. People with different personalities, people who have different, they have all these split personalities, and next thing you know, you're talking to one, and then you're jumping to another. So there's a lot of information there, literally. Gene says, hit the like and subscribe to the channel. Gave myself a headache yesterday looking into it. They were a lot of what the F's, no doubt. Devil pup. Okay. Paranoid schizophrenic. Yeah, I mean, there could be a lot of different things that this guy has, and that's what makes this next interview, if it happens, which it should, if it happens, makes it very important, because we're going to be able to see, like, what other information is he given. I mean, I think personally he has given enough to justify them going to the lake and raking the lake. Okay, without a doubt, there's no doubt in my mind. However, he could give a lot more information today, specifics. We already know where supposedly a Michael, Mike Nolette, he goes by Mike, but his real name is Michael. We already know where he lives because he already told us. And if you search that address, you're going to see there is a guy by the name of Mike Nolette who lives in Napa Valley, California, where he said he did. So, and ironically, if you go to Instagram, like I told you guys before, you're going to see there's a guy by the name of Bagger Mike. He stated that that Mike's nickname was Bagger Mike because he did all the cutting, if you will, for a better lack of words. Now, we discovered this, that when you go look at Instagram and you type in Bagger Mike, you're going to see a guy come in there, and there is a picture in there. He's got that little missing, that little lip thing, little gap where you saw the perp with the ski mask on, and you saw that little split lip type of deal. This guy has it as well. But his picture looks like back in the 70s, so that could have been the dad or no somebody else. Or um the Michael Nolette guy that's at that residence in Napa Valley could be a grandson, a son, could be a nephew. One thing's for sure, we're gonna find out a hell of a lot more. That's a fact. Tanya said, I've dealt with many mental health. They definitely can spin a story. No doubt. And that's what I'm saying. In his mind, he could believe that it's all true. He could have known somebody that actually went through all that and it became his story. Okay. There's a lot of possibilities here. It could have been that he knew somebody who actually went there or went through that and it became his story. It could be something where as easy as that in his mind he believes it's all true, so therefore it's true. You know, one thing's for sure, we're going to know more about it today if he's on there today with Sleuth Intuition. Oh, hey, Rose Lake boating and swimming and scuba diving is prohibited. Yes, but yes, and from what this guy said, what this guy said, um, Richard Nolette is the guy who spoke to Sleuth. What he said was that's what they do is they put things in right in front of people. In other words, it's hiding right there in not in sight, but it's hiding right there because they know no one can get to it because no one's allowed to swim, no one's allowed to boat or do anything. Now, somebody earlier said that they could fish, but they couldn't go in the water. So the idea that literally, it's like a mockery. Where did we heard mockery before? Where did we hear mockery before? Oh, wait a minute. That was those people that were dressed in gothic, the photo shoot in front of Nancy's. You remember that? Remember that? It could be a mockery of they were a part of it. You just never know, you know, because they were all, I can't say they were all, it appeared that there was a lot of people who were all intertwined in this whole group. And that may be where TC comes into play. That may be where other people come into play. We don't know that, but we'll definitely find out something today. Smiling Sleuth, I am hoping this leads to something. You got it, no doubt. You and everybody else here, or anybody who's been following that from last night, no doubt. I'm hoping this opens the can of worms that need to be opened. Praying it does for the sake of the family, for the sake of Nancy, and just for the relief of the family in general. Gene, up by Wisconsin border. Small town, Van Wert, Ohio. Galena. Next month, I'm going to Galena. Kay is most likely involved, in my opinion. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. I mean, they just didn't show up by accident. Okay? The gothic people, they didn't show up by accident. That wasn't, hey, let's just go in there and do a crime, or let's just do a crime photo shoot. No, they didn't show up there by accident. No doubt about it. And knowing that she knew KD, yes, absolutely. I think there's a very plausible explanation for why they were there. The photo shoot guy, Kiki, the affiliation between Kiki and Kayla Day, the affiliation between maybe the photographer and LD. There has to be something there because that's all coincidence, right? And what do we know about this case? Everything's a coincidence. No, no, no. Ain't no coincidence here. No coincidence here. No doubt about it. Marianne's in the house. Good to have you, Marianne. Hello, just found you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Marianne. If you could go ahead, if you want, click like and subscribe to this channel. It's getting amazing. I'm telling you. There's a lot of good people in here, no doubt about it. What time is it scheduled for today? I'm on the East Coast. So they're going to have their thing at 6 o'clock on Sleuth. Sleuth Intuition is going to have that interview at 6 o'clock. That's Tucson time. So if you're on the East Coast, then like I'm in Ohio. So for me, it's going to be at 8 o'clock because we're 2 hours difference from Tucson. So just look at it from that perspective. You're 2 hours difference. East Coast, I don't know what the literally the East Coast, it should be the same. So if you're 2 hours difference, whatever the difference is between there and over there in Tucson to the East Coast, make sure you know you're 2 hours difference. So you're going to be ahead 2 hours. So you're going to be, it's going to be later for you. So, like I said, Ohio, we're East Coast time. We're going to be at 8 o'clock. This thing's going to happen at 6 o'clock Tucson time. Can't stress it enough, man. You guys need to watch this because this could be a very big aha moment. It could be nothing. It could be nothing. But what do we have now? Nothing, right? We have nothing. We have nothing. We have a lot of assumptions, a lot of guesses, a lot of scenarios, a lot of theories, a lot of guesses. But this could actually open something up new. But good to have you here, Marianne. Thank you. Thank you, Smiling. I appreciate you. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Please pass the word around to your friends, to your subscribers, to your followers, people that you follow. Let them know about the channel. It's a great channel, I'm telling you. And you can ask anybody here and they'll tell you. They will tell you. Paige says, hit the like button, everybody. Galena is very nice. Yes, it is. I went on my bucket list after going to Wisconsin. We visited the the Dells. I'm not sure what the Dells is, but I'll take your word for it. Oh, the okay. I still don't know what the Dells are. Yes, yes. Gene says, smiling. You mean the website at 6 p.m. Right, Pacific time, 6 p.m. So 6 p.m. in Tucson is where they're going to do the interview with Richard Nolette Jr., the guy who was on yesterday with Sleuth Intuition. Gene said, Marianne, YouTube didn't like your quote. Not sure what the quote was. Pays their dog. The comment was held for review by YouTube, but I click show. Okay, Smiling. Then yeah, I'm going to watch it. I know a lot of people are going to watch it, and I think it's going to be very telling. Like I said, it's new information, right? So, my opinion, even with what we got already, they need to go rake the lake. Simple as that. You're very welcome, Marianne. Very welcome. Paige, it was fine, in my opinion. I have been off dealing with some PC security issues. Got you, Gronsky. No worries, my friend. No worries. Glad you're here and glad you're back. Wisconsin Dells. Okay, good deal. Says Tanya, Wisconsin Dells. Got you, Paige. Totally understand. Gene, yay. Wisconsin Dells. Have fun. I'm sorry, guys. I never heard of that. Gene says 7 p.m. Central Time. Just know if for me in Ohio, it's going to be at 6. It's going to be at 8. Tucson's going to be 6. So just make sure you look at where you're at on the map. Yeah, we are going to have nightmares, Gene. That's no doubt about it. I think I'll lock my doors tonight for sure. Maybe take out my pew pews and have them ready too in case something happens. Pay says, "Welcome back, Groundsky." Mrs. White, I hope local sleuths have kept an eye on Rose Lake. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I'm just surprised if the FBI and or Pima County haven't even gone there and done it yet. I would have done it this morning if I would have. They had to have known about this interview. I'm telling you, it had to have caught fire, and they should have gone out there and done it already. You know, just if anything, just to say, yes, we've done it. We went out there and checked it out. Totally understand, Paige. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see. I mean, who knows who's out there right now? There's people out there that just I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know who's doing what, and I'm not out there, so I can't really say a whole lot. But I can tell you this: we're finding a lot of information just by being here. Marianne says some locals are not taking it seriously. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Tiny says, I got 4 big dogs. They would have to get past first. Yeah. The sad thing about it, Marianne, is that no one takes it serious. Well, I should say no one. Some people don't, the locals don't take it serious until it happens to them. And then they're at a loss for words. And then they want the world to turn up, turn every rock and do everything, all because they didn't take it serious when it wasn't them. Tornado said she's going to the Wisconsin Dells, a very nice area. Awesome. I'll get a big dog, Paige, and you will be protected. A big dog. Everything's about living and learning, no doubt about it. So that's what we're at. But I can see this is going to be very interesting. I really do. I don't know. I just feel it like it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very enlightening. One way or the other, it's either going to be look, I'll just be frank and honest. It's either going to be a bunch of bullshit or it's going to be fact. Okay? It's just that simple. But you know what? I think the specifics that I heard from yesterday, the specifics that I heard, yeah, I kind of think that there's something here. Not saying that it's all factual. Like I said, guy could be, 2 fries short of a happy meal. You never know. He looked like he was somebody ate his French fries out of his happy meal. But he sounded like it, should I say. But in the same token, you just never know. It's worth checking out, no doubt about it. Some streamers say they went to the lake and didn't see anything. But in my opinion, they need to search the water, no doubt. You can go to the lake all you want, but the deepest part of that lake, to my understanding, is like, I thought someone said like 75 feet or something. So I'm not sure that they're gonna. Well, you never know, because apparently they use three nets, weight it down through the body parts inside. Okay, so by the dam all the way down. So I highly doubt any sleuth or any streamer jumped right in and said, "Oh, let's go ahead and I'm going to jump right in and go looking." Like, looking, you can look all you want, but if you don't go where they're telling you it could be, you're not going to find anything, right? It's just common sense. The lake is only 30 minutes from her house, right? They have searched everywhere else, but just not deep in the lake. That is true. Tanya says, I can be a tornado, Gene. V Miss, they need to go search. V Miss is in the house. Good to have you, V Miss. If you are new to the channel, come right in and join. Let your followers and subscribers and your friends know about the channel. This is a great channel, and I'm sure everybody here will tell you. Thank you for posting that, Gene. The sad thing is they probably won't. I don't get the case at all. You know, I'm hoping that with this interview today that Sleuth Intuition does, I'm hoping that more information comes out, more specifics that forces Pima County Sheriff's Office and the FBI to get their head out, if you know what I mean. I'm hoping it forces them to check. And you know what? All it takes is for the people to say, hey, we've had enough. Do your damn job. And hopefully they will. Got to be a diver, no doubt. Got to have be a diver in order to check that area. Anybody can go there and look, but it's not what you see, it's what you don't see. Remember me always telling you that? It's not always what you see, it's what you don't see. G says, heads up, everyone. Watch your weather tonight. Gonna be bad over here. We're in the zone. Okay, good to hear. Smiling said, I'm headed to Dunkin' Donuts. Anybody want anything? We all want donuts. Maybe someday. No doubt. But thanks anyway. Appreciate you. I am hoping to. They just constantly put the YouTubers down. You know, ever since we've had social media, there's been some good things and bad things. And yeah, people are not going to look at YouTube streamers as people with knowledge. Okay, knowledge in the sense of being true reporters, if you will. But what is a reporter? What is a reporter? In reality, what is a reporter? A reporter is somebody who reports something, right? Doesn't that make everybody a reporter? I mean, when you stop and think about it, a reporter is somebody who reports something. Isn't anybody who reports something a reporter? I mean, I'm being facetious here, but the reality is that's exactly what has happened. And then you comment and who you are, what you do, what you say, you bring some experience in understanding law and how it works. Well, that just takes you up a notch, because now you're not just a reporter, you're somebody who's been and gotten dirty and has been in the grind. And that's what happens. You know, I would much rather hear from somebody who has been in the trenches than somebody who hasn't been in the trenches. That's just me. So for me, that's why I say that yes, everybody should look at. If they have information and you think you can present it and bring it out so that the people can hear it, that's what you need to do. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. Pay said, donuts, yes, please. Smiling, I pray for this man's safety. I do, because he did seem he was very scared, everybody. No doubt. He was very nervous. You could tell. Oh, wow, tornado. Thank God you're okay. Smiling, donuts, and coffee. The coffee's right here. See that? That's how I roll, the United States Marine Corps. Arr! Now I just need the donuts. We need the donuts, right? Mhm. It's Tanya, Gene, not tornado. I think that's what she's saying. Tanya says, I'm not tornado, I'm Tanya. Oh, that is funny. Then again, maybe it's an accent in Wisconsin. Who knows? That is funny. Gronsky says, reporter, journalist. I look at it like this, man. If you got something to say and it makes sense and you know what you're talking about, that's who I want to hear from. I don't want to hear, you know, nonsense. I want to hear substance. That's what I want to hear. Substance. You got it, bring it. Paige says, yes, DD. Any reporter is a reporter. Agree. Marianne, I believe the caller, he knew a lot of the porch guys. Hand hand and why he held it that specific way. No doubt. I mean, he literally said before anybody said, he said he used the word um look at his hand. It's like a claw. I think he said a claw, you know, and or a, I thought he said a claw or a crawl or something with his hand. Can't remember exactly the word, but basically he gave specifics. If he's just some local yoko out there not understanding what's happening, he's not going to be so emphatically using so specific words to define specific things. It's not what people usually do, in all honesty. I believe the caller, he knew a lot of the porch guy's hand. Tony says, thanks, Gene. I usually ride them out upstairs, but the sound and wind had me running to the basement. Yes, a journalist too. V says it's not just that. They literally lied in the news today. They said the YouTubers were out there causing problems and harassing the community. That has never happened. Oh, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. You know, these are just, yeah, once again, that's the difference between somebody that's there, somebody that's reporting, and then somebody who's just regurgitating, in my opinion. Gronsky, raw data can be gleaned later. Amen. Paige says, so are we in the basement now, Tanya? Not tornado. Tanya says, no, this was last month. Gene says, yes, VMS. I'm tired of outsiders treating streamers like garbage. No doubt about it. I agree. I agree. I'm just a man here with information, guys. I'm just a man gathering information using my experience to help understand why some things can't be delivered and why some things should be delivered. It just makes sense to me. V-Miss, me too. Tanya said, push my buttons and I can become a tornado. Oh, that's funny. Ignore the haters page. V-Miss, Tony, what was last month? Block streamer haters. Tony, Tanya says, tornado came through. We are, oh, where I live. Tornadoes came through where I live. Smiling, thank you for your service. You got it, Smiling, anytime. No problem. Thank you for being here. Appreciate everybody being here. Dying to know. Cheers. Gene says, cheers, DD. Right back at you. Thank you, Gene. Gene says, I know, laughing a lot. It keeps putting tornado. She says, did you see that Sleuth Intuition was even reporting about the neighbor next door to Nancy possibly being involved? She works where Nancy did. Really? Maybe that's why she doesn't want anybody there. Maybe that's why I did not know that. Thank you for that info, Gene. Maybe that's why she doesn't want anybody there. Maybe there's more to it. Maybe there was a lot of jealousy there between her and or her with Nancy. You never know. I could see that. Tanya said, Lisa, you got me thinking, what the F? Paige says, needs more coffee. Paige said, you were all saying tornado and basement. So that's the whole thing, everybody. So I don't know. I don't know what we're going to expect. Um, I don't know. Just listen to this interview, see what you think. See, maybe if look up some key things. When he gives out addresses, or if he gives out, my thing is, I would like to know what this Michael Nolette, what he looks like, the brother to Richard Jr. Nolette, Richard Nolette Jr. I would like to know what he looks like. I would love if he was able to get a picture, a current picture. Man, that would really be great. It was said that the neighbor owns a construction. Go figure, Marianne. Go figure. That's not. That's not the lady. That's not the relation to Kayla Day, is it, Marianne? Because someone had said earlier that Kayla Day's family or relation of some sort owned a construction company. Didn't they say that? I swear I thought I heard it be said that Kayla Day family or someone in the family owned a construction company. Can anybody validate that for me? Oh, absolutely. Tanya says, watch Salute tonight and converse tomorrow. Gronsky, the Catalina foothills are not such a friendly place to live. No. After seeing how everybody acts there, how they're, a lot of the people there seem holier than thou and think their shit don't stink. You could never get me to live there. Never. That is the assignment for tonight. Not that I know of, says Mary Ann. Gronsky says, I heard that too. This neighbor that lives directly next to Nancy, he's a very intelligent person. Works at the intelligent, she's a very intelligent person, works at the same college as Nancy. When you say he, is that the one that's a lady who's a guy or a guy who's a lady? I'm not sure because I've heard people talk about there's someone like that. We got any confirmation? All right, Smiley said, here's the donut. Munch, munch, munch. Anybody, is that the person? That would be very interesting. Not that it would matter, but it would be very interesting. But I wonder if that's why they don't want anybody there. So it looks like t shirts are in the works. T shirts are in the works. Uh, we can do that. We can do that, everybody. That would be a good idea. That would be a good idea, Marianne. Watch the beginning of the sleuth from yesterday. I believe he was talking about it before the caller. He was. I think it's about. I want to say it's like about about. I would say about a quarter ways down. If as your thing is scrolling, a quarter ways down is when he actually gets the call or gets the get start speaking to that individual. If anybody is watching a good stream today and finds out some info, contact DD at the address provided. Absolutely, everybody. Email me with whatever you find, whatever you got, and we'll run with it and see what we can do. Gronsky says, just another rabbit hole to go down. Well, hell, there's all the rabbit holes seems to be dried up. So, hey, let's go at it with another rabbit hole. See where it takes us. Gene, yes, that one girl's family owns a construct. I thought so. I thought so. Yeah, the Kayla Day, that one. Yes, her family owns a construction. I wonder if that's the same people that we're talking about here. Interesting. Thank you, Gene. Appreciate that. I have to go to watching the World 777 now. See everyone later. Thank you, dog and Chad. You got it. Be safe. Be safe, Paige, and have a good one. We will be back tomorrow and have this conversation and go over what has come out. If you guys want to email me and let me know what you think after, go ahead and email me. Be safe, everybody. Be safe. Gene, bye, Lisa. Marianne, I wonder why the sheriff was at Nancy's yesterday. I don't know. When you say sheriff, do you mean the deputies or the sheriff? And the reason I ask that question is because a lot of people get confused when they say the sheriff. They think it literally like Sheriff Nanos, but in reality, it's really like the deputies that work for the sheriff's department. I sometimes get confused. Yeah, two deputies. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mary. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know why they were there. Was and someone said something about a bald headed guy. Who was that supposed to be? Does anybody know? Ground C says best to follow page now. And the white Tesla. Okay. Okay, yeah, yeah. That he's kind of a isn't he kind of a smaller individual, kind of clean cut, shiny bald head, if I'm thinking about the right one. Gene says that would be awesome, DD. Yes, it would. No doubt. Yes, no doubt. For sure. If you are not a subscriber and you are in here in the chat, I'm telling you, right now it is free. Please join. Have this conversation with us. Join this group. We're growing. Hey, everybody, just to let you know, every here in the last, since I started doing this, I mean, we have literally been getting everywhere from 10 to 12 to 7 to 8 to 10 subscribers every day, new subscribers. So we're growing. I just want to let you all know that we are growing. And yes, this is a time to get involved. This channel is definitely growing. And it's just going to make us a lot better because a lot more people's opinions and a lot more people's thoughts always make things better because it just helps you learn more, hearing from different perspectives. Yes, Gene said yes. He was talking about the neighbors in the beginning. I thought so. It's going to be really interesting to see everybody. It really is. But we are growing, just so you all know, we are growing. We are averaging quite a bit of subscribers per day. So it won't take long before you know, we're literally going to have a big group that's really being able to throw out so much stuff. Gene said, no, Sleuth was speaking of the neighbor right next to Nancy. Right next to Nancy. They butt up. Yeah, okay. I got you now. I got you. The one right next to her. That's not Sue Ellen, is it? Is that Sue Ellen that lives there? The one that drives the white car all the time, telling everybody they can't park there? Just curious. Tanya says no. Okay, okay. I like that cup. the only way I roll, everybody. She's a transformer and was wondering if there was a rift between the two, or maybe Nancy talked religion to her. She's a transformer and was wondering if there was a rift between the two, or maybe Nancy talked religion to her. Thanks, Gene. I appreciate that. Interesting. Very interesting. Tanya says yesterday he was talking about a neighbor who lives behind Nancy. That person is trans. Okay, got it. They think maybe a realtor was at Nancy's. Got you. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Make sure you guys click that like, subscribe if you're new, if you like the channel, and make sure you pass it on to your subscribers, your followers, people that you know, other lives, other streamers. Let these people know. I mean, you guys know what this is all about. You guys get it. You guys understand it. Gene says, "Great job, everyone. Get in on ground level. Hoorah! Semper Fi. Appreciate that, Gene. You'll never know. DD could have a giveaway in the future. Absolutely, absolutely, without a doubt. Once we get going, everybody, you guys are gonna love this channel. I'm telling you, you're going to. You're always going to get people that spammers and people that just want to create havoc. But that's why you got moderators for. You take care of that, nip it in the butt, and then this conversation becomes a very, very with a lot of common sense. And that's what I like. I'm all about common sense, everybody. All about common sense. I believe we all have common sense. We don't all use it, but we all have it. Jean says, I can't remember her name. Your name. Not all, not all do. Tanya says, not all do, Didi. No, I agree. I agree. I totally agree. Jean says, her name is Piper Sledge. Got you. Piper Sledge. Lady Cat's in the house. Late to the party. What are we getting on ground level? Fill her in, Jean. Fill her in, Tanya. She says, found it in my notes. She's new to the neighborhood. Got you. Well, that would make sense. Lady Cat's in the house, everybody. Lady Cat is in the house. No problem, Gene. No problem. So we're just covering, Lady Cat, about the interview that Sleuth Intuition had last night with with Richard Nolette Jr., who claims that his brother is the person in front of Nancy Guthrie's house. He's claiming that is his brother, and he was having a conversation with Sleuth Intuition, and it was very telling. And they are going to have another conversation today at 6 o'clock Tucson time. And for me on the East Coast, it'd be 8 o'clock. It's a 2 hour difference from us in Arizona, Tucson. So that's what the conversation was all about. Please watch Sleuth's episode. If you haven't watched it, you really need to watch it, Lady Cat. Watch Sleuth's episode tonight with the guy who called in yesterday. And tomorrow we will discuss it. Was there when he came on? Outstanding. Then you should be right in ready to watch it tonight and kind of tell us what you think. Gene says, Laminate talking about getting in on ground level to this page. There's talk about t-shirts, and maybe we can come up with a giveaway. There you go, everybody. You heard it. You heard it from Gene. Laminate. Talk about getting on the ground level, guys. Get into this page. Geez, we're talking about literally t-shirts and giveaways we can come up with. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I'm all for that, everybody. I am all for that. And like I said, we talked a little bit about other cases, just mentioned other cases that are going on. And we're not going to obviously stop talking about this case, but we are going to mention other cases just so that we're able to kind of, spread it all out every so often so everything doesn't become redundant. If we have time, we all re-listen to yesterday's show on Sleuth before tonight's show. I'm going to do that this afternoon. That sounds good, Smiling. Smiling, that sounds really good. Tanya said, just some humor, but Piper Sledge sounds like a stripper name. Yeah, right? I wasn't going to say that. Lady Cat, how do we get in? How do we get in? He's going to be coming on live. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, Lady Cat. How do we get in? On ground level. You get in now, you join, become a member. Doesn't cost you anything. It eventually will cost something, but it don't cost you anything now. Be a member. Get in now so that way if you're a member, you're already in. Subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything. And get involved. The whole purpose of getting a lot of people in here is just so we can all share different views of opinion, different views, and maybe try to learn something from one another. That's what it's all about. If you like the crime realm, I'm telling you, this channel is going to be for you. If you don't like the crime, well, then obviously not. But that's where we're at. Gene says, Lady Cat, I'm talking about building the page. See what we can come up with. Maybe with giveaways. Talking about doing t-shirts. Yes, I agree. Wholeheartedly. That's where we want to go, everybody. You guys, moderators as well, put something together, figure out what you guys want to do, and we'll go from there. All right, sounds good. Glad you did, Lady Cat. Pass this on when you guys go on your other lives, because I know everybody. We all watch different people, right? We all seem to go with someone or another or several. Pass that word out. Hey, check out the channel. Check out the channel. It's growing. I'm telling you, it's growing. And the more you guys put out your feelers out there, the more people will come in and check it out and either like it or not. Jane said yes. Telling you her name does. That was kind of yeah, Piper Sledge. Piper Sledge. One of the ladies said that sounds like a stripper name. Piper Sledge. Dance for me. Oh my lord. Anybody else have any new information on anything going on as far as questions or anything else that I mean, are you guys okay with every so often talking about a different case, or you want to strictly stick to Nancy until it's resolved? I don't want to. We're not going to leave Nancy's case by no way, means, shape, or form. But I mean, every now and then, maybe I may bring up a couple other ones and kind of, just kind of get things going. All right, Tanya, have a good one. Take care of yourself. We'll see you tomorrow. So just make sure, I mean, if you guys got anything or if there's any questions or any things going on in your area, your neighborhood, someone goes missing, let me know. We can cover it. We'll cover it as best we can, especially if it hits home where it's, in your neck of the woods, definitely want to cover it. Lady Cat says, I've been telling people about your channel. Thank you so much, Lady Cat. Appreciate that. And just remember, everybody, this is all our channel. This is about everybody in the channel. That's what it's about. All right, everybody. I think we're gonna go ahead and call it. I think we pretty much covered everything. Um, it's going to be interesting to hear tonight what happens. Message me or not message me. Leave me an email. Tell me what's going on. If you got anything that stands out, any questions or whatnot, and and then let's just see what happens tonight. Like I said, I'm still a firm believer they need to rake the lake, figure out what is down there, either to find something or to eliminate it from never having to go back there again and do it again. You know, I would venture to say the way this guy was talking, there's probably more things out down there than what we can imagine. I would not be surprised at what's all down there. For all we know, there could be several, several, if you know where I'm going with that. There could be several down there. And the only way we're going to be able to go ahead and ever get some of these cases to come out and hopefully be solved at some point is for them to go down there because no one can just go down there on their own. You know, that's really the only way. Thank you, Marianne. That's the only way you can solve some of these things. Can't just got to do your part, everybody. Everybody's got to do their part. If everybody did their part in life, you know, so many bad things would never happen, or not as much would happen. But when, you know, stuff like this happens and then you don't have people doing their job, none of this comes to fruition. Everything stays in the dark. Everything stays in the dark. And that's the last thing you need, right? That's the last thing you need. So I'm going to go ahead and call it now. Everybody here, pass the info. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same back channel, same everything. God bless everybody. Remember, it's all common sense. Everything is common sense. Stay safe, and I'll see you all tomorrow, double pups. God bless and Semper Fi.